Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Took a short break. We're back in our republic. Building towards a radio station and setting up our road and train infrastructure for easier access to this area. Construction is a little bit slow, but we are adding a few extra concrete mixers and dump trucks to speed things along for the future. Rail construction is adequate. We are building another train track towards our scrapyard along the eastern border, where we have the connection to the customs house, and we'll get that one set up. Just so we can scrap some of our trains. The old construction trains come to mind. The old rail construction vehicles. And our workers in this area will have to do a lot of work to remove some of the trains, especially once we start scrapping some of the larger vehicles. They will spend a little bit more time than usual, but at least they will have something to do, I guess. For people unable to visit a hospital, I assume that it's just a localized temporary issue. Maybe related to the many pandemics that we have. I think it was probably from Hellas Hills, where we had no access to clinics before the new clinic has been built. But the other areas should be fine. I don't see any problems here. Hello Bowen, it's going well. Got a long weekend ahead of us. Monday is a bridge day and Tuesday is a national holiday. How are you doing? Off all week? Sounds good. Why is there a snapping point here? I don't know. Oh well. Maybe I can remove it with dirt road. I probably already tried that once. Yeah. Doesn't work. Some time off is nice. Probably build the road all the way up here and then pause it from here. I mean, I don't have it planned yet. Keep it paused. It's planning second town for the oil industry. Ah, okay. We are building another construction office to get more concrete and asphalt vehicles, because road construction is a little bit slow. We're doing a lot of road construction work in the area. But we're almost done with them, and then I guess we might have too many vehicles just standing around. We could progress with our road network quite a bit. I do want to keep the road moving along the river area. We'll probably tunnel through this area or move up the mountain. I am not sure yet. I guess we did already build that road. Wow. I thought I had that one paused. Never mind. Well, that will make it a little bit more difficult to plan other things. Let's get this one removed for now. This was only this was only supposed to be here for planning. This was a very bumpy road. Didn't really flatten anything out yet. I'm sure this is going to be way too twisty. It's fine. It's probably fine. I guess we can have it on this hill, even if it's... Nah, this is tilted sideways. That's too much, I think. I mean, some roads are like that. Might be a bit much. I guess it's fine. And then we need our connection over here again. Too much camber, yeah. This one might be fine for a right-hand turn, but a left-hand turn outside camber, that's a little bit much. I guess we will have to bulldoze everything again. Oh, it's only one road. It's not the end of the world. Gives something to our demolition office to do. It'll auto-assign itself. Less than 3 kilometers away. Yeah, loyalty and happiness. I'm not sure why they're dropping. It might be because, well, we basically don't have any TVs or radios. I don't know. Loyalty in general getting low is kind of curious. Providing them with some entertainment for their radios and TVs might be the right choice. Radio station, building that one shouldn't take too long. It does require a lot of concrete, but I believe we will get the new concrete mixers fairly quickly. We'll up the priority on this and then move out the vehicles in an even spread. Well, this probably getting all the concrete mixers and asphalt trucks might stay in here. I don't know. How many other vehicles do we have? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, good work. If we relocate all concrete mixers in here, I guess doing a left-hand turn out and then getting in each other's way might be a little bit of a problem. But they can probably find a path. It will spread itself out when they do a lot of construction work. Otherwise I would have to send them to the asphalt plant and then they go over here and then back out and get in the way of the concrete trucks coming from this side. They'll get in each other's way regardless. Whenever the construction train comes back, there's a little bit of a traffic jam. But it's not too much. Oh right, you have 2 signals here. That's why you can't find a path through. I guess these ones can... They can't really go away. These ones can go away. And... yeah, this one we will need. Otherwise the train is parked on here, I think. If the train were to stop on this area, no, it would be fine. Then I guess we'll turn this into the chain signal and just remove that one. Fewer traffic issues. Only 13,000 US dollars per train load right now. But it is a consistent export. And the price is probably going to go up again in the near future. We're getting more money from our lumber exports. Jesus. 40,000. Why is the price going up that much? What's happening to the lumber price? What the hell? I did hook up an oil, another oil rig recently, but why is the lumber price going up that way? If I hook up another one, does the lumber price go up even more? I mean, I don't mind. I'm not doing any more lumber imports. It's just we're getting so much money. I need another logging area, basically. That's crazy. We are prepared to export more boards. The vehicles might need a replacement at some point. 44% and recently repaired. Probably time to phase out those vehicles and replace them with some proper logging ones. Let's see. We'll send all of them to the scrapyard, I think. Another epidemic, because why not? We get those like twice a stream, it feels like. Let's go to our vehicle replacement menu. Open haul trucks, we have 12 of them. We have 4 logging camps with 3 vehicles, so that checks out. And I guess they will get replaced automatically. But we could also replace them in one swift motion. I guess having them be replaced automatically is fine. That will reach 80% wear and tear soon. Could also lower that to have fewer breakdowns before they get replaced. But getting the most out of our vehicles is still of the utmost importance. As soon as vehicle replacements start kicking in, we will have another expense. Another bridge is done. A little bit of clipping here. It's fine. A rail construction train, very nice. Both of the rail lines being built as they should be. So we get 55,000 US dollars, which is more than 3 times the amount that we get for iron. But we have more than 3 times the amount of iron, so it's fine. But another lumber industry might be on the cards if the price keeps up that high. Setting up another logging area wouldn't be too difficult. If we have it connected to a train station, and we bring like a bus full of workers there every now and then, would be fairly easy. That could be something for this area, I guess. Making room for another logging area here. Having the resources be delivered from over there. Past the heating plant, it will have its own heating plant. And then the lumber would be loaded onto trains and delivered to the customs house. I don't know if we have another large western customs house. There's a smaller one that has a train connection. I guess there's a larger one. And we are already on that side, so we could also build towards here. Past these mountains into the customs house. Without vehicles it would be a little bit difficult smoothing out the terrain to make it look nice. But I guess it wouldn't be the worst. Let's check our construction office again. Last construction phase. Some boards which are very expensive. Almost 200 rubles per ton. Almost 170 US dollars per ton of boards. Very expensive construction material, as expected. Jesus. So it looks like coal isn't going up, it's boards this time, and that's not really too dangerous since we haven't been importing boards since a very long time. I guess we are importing them on the... No, I don't think we're even importing them on the eastern border. I think board imports have been disabled for a very, very long time. Yeah, we had them in the beginning, then to assist a little bit, and then nothing. And on the west, we had board imports for a little bit longer, I assume. Do we even have any board imports? I guess we never had board imports from the west at all. Okay. So yeah, no more board imports. The price issue does not concern us. We will make use of the increase in price eventually. by setting up another logging area with a small village maybe. We do have a lot of room for that. I do not want this to be elevated. I guess it doesn't matter. It's fine. And then we'll turn around and yeah, small village. It basically needs everything because there's too much distance to go to Hellas unless we get a rail connection, but yeah, this would need to be a self-sufficient small village. Just for logging, fire station. It also needs education and everything. Basically another Kolata. I guess Kolata could also run a logging camp. Or at least like drop woods onto the train line and then we bring the wood to our sawmill. Because our sawmill probably has a lot of capacity still left. Yeah, we're not even running at 50% capacity. The area, however, is not really designed for having a lot of trains running here. So maybe we would run just a logging camp without a sawmill, and then eventually plan a sawmill area where we have a train yard that can hold a few extra trains and a few extra tons of boards, a few extra tons of wood to run through a sawmill. Basically 2 large storages, one for wood and one for boards. Yep, price is still about the same for iron, that's fine. Pub is working, gas station is supplied, police station and clinic are up and running. Our vehicle depot is probably ready, so let's relocate our construction equipment. Roadworks flattening is done. Machines have done their job. I guess the town of whatever this will be could also have a road access to the highway, and then they could do the road clearing on the highway 3 kilometers into either direction. That would be an option. And then that service road could also be used to bring resources to the area if we don't want to bring it by train or by Hellas. But I think Hellas is correct along the heating plant area. Why do you not want to leave? Okay, you're fine. The waste train does not want to leave for some reason. Oh, it has a waypoint. What is the waypoint? It's the route to this area. Oh, it's right. It's the waypoint for selecting the outmost lane for the customs house. But yeah, why don't you get a green? Well, there's a construction train in the way right now. Other than that, you should be able to go through here, which is green, or the refueling point, which is green. I don't know why you aren't doing either yet. The waste storage is almost full. My assumption is that the signal might be a bit busted. These are green. Oh, we should remove these signals. That might be the reason. Maybe it gets a little bit confused. Yeah, it's going with this one and that one is red. So just remove these. And move them back a little bit. Oh, we already have these here. The logging train goes through fine. Oh, I know the reason. The reason is probably that there's a construction train on this line right now. And that might be an issue. So if a construction train is back there somewhere, you can enter this area to get to your mine area. You don't have to wait for it. Here's the waste train. Okay. Hopefully we'll be able to load the waste still acceptably fast. I do have to build an incinerator soon. I guess our storage area could also hold an incinerator, if we're already bringing workers to the fire station. But the fire station is getting a direct route. I didn't really plan for a bus stop here. Maybe we could have an incinerator here with a footpath down this area, and they could walk to the fire station. Last step for the road, for the radio station. Very nice. As soon as we... yeah, happiness is going down significantly. What the hell? Let's check our happiness. This one is okay. These ones are... I don't know why they're only 77, but 77 is still fine. 53 is not acceptable. That is way too low. The secret police has been built. We need vehicles for it. Let's see what we find. Yeah, one building with very, well, a few buildings with very low happiness. Uncertain why. I always wonder if they are unhappy if they have to live too close to a waste storage. These people are also getting unhappy. Well, some buildings are lower happiness. And then over here, very low. Quality of flats is really low, so maybe researching better buildings means that the people would like to move into them. I don't know. We're going to try and compensate with a radio, get the happiness back up. I need to try a run where I do not care about loyalty at all. No secret police, no loyalty boosting, just raw happiness. Basically a Western run, kinda. Regarding the wire, we could go along this way for now and then hook up over here again, which would ensure that we have this area to develop. We still have to at some point use another switch, but I think for the time being we can relocate the electric wire a little bit to the side and then remove this one, giving us the opportunity to develop some housing and other things in that area. I do wonder if I should relocate the whole wiring setup in general. Right now it hasn't been hooked up yet. It's basically not doing anything except routing electricity to Klibriosk. which I still haven't checked if I pronounced that right. For me, it's probably good enough. Yeah, I mean, board prices and wood, fairly good. Something is like, I hooked up another oil pump recently. I wonder if I hook up another one, if it would shoot up more. I wonder if there's something weird with it. We do have the view where oil is, so we could look and see if we can hook up another one, I guess. If it drives up the board prices more, then sure, let's go. Why not? Another 50% pump check here. Sure. We'll build that. We will get the oil trucks ready, I guess. We just have to buy them and let them sit around. I'll buy them directly next to the oil field. These ones are high quality, much higher quality than this one. At some point it would probably be a good idea to move them all into one tank, and then we could balance the vehicles easier. But for that we will need a rail connection, and I wanted to export it by train anyway. Or we move it over here and export it by ship. See how bad it gets then. Let's set up a free road depot temporarily, where we will move the trucks into for the time being. Three oil tankers. They can get refueled. And yeah, at some point we will have an oil loading station here. This is a decent oil field. We also have some in the lake. There's a lot of oil in this area. If it keeps our fuel price as low as it is right now, I'm all for it. And if it drives our board price up, then sure, we can pick one of the industries. Slowly developing towards our rail storage area. Construction office is almost done too. Both bridges here have been built. We're still missing the road connection, which needs one delivery of asphalt. After that we can designate the bridges to be one-way. I do need to get the terraforming tool to remove the clipping. This looks quite hideous. Okay, let's do it. I mean, we have the option. Landscaping. Do not generate the terrain. I think that would cause a few issues. Strength, really low. Oh, Alt. Sure, let's use Alt key. That and that. Nope, that raises it. Alright, then we will lower the terrain. That'll do. And then try to flatten it back up. Maybe raise this up. Nope, that's too much. That'll do. I think that will do for this. Okay, that'll be enough. Deactivate the landscape editor and remove the cheat tools again. Oh, there's a little bit of terrain clipping here if I zoom out. Back to the terrain editor. At some point I might click the wrong thing. That's fine now. Smooth. Yeah, that seems fine. Close that, remove that. Play the game however you want. In our case, we are cheating to flatten the terrain, I guess. Not for construction sites, but after a building has been built, to remove the terrain clipping. At some point I might try and use that for some weird building setups, like buildings stuck halfway in a mountain or something. That is a lot of vehicles, but I mean we do have a route constantly running around. For the train itself, we basically have to have a route too. One refrigerated train car probably, maybe two, and the rest boxcars, and then we have to define what the train should hold. Which we can define per boxcar, I guess. That shouldn't be too difficult. The train at most would be 160 meters, I think. And then the resource train similarly. Don't forget to construct the tunnel this time. It's been started now. Looks like the radio construction is also starting up. Lots and lots of excavators on the construction site. The road demolition is done, so we can flatten this one out to make it look more appropriate. No tower cranes in this one. Unfortunate. But we have enough workers here to probably finish the construction with what we currently have. We will relocate the concrete vehicles into this building. And then fill it up with extra vehicles. CO concrete, Klibriosk. And that one is CO asphalt. That means our road construction equipment can go back. Doesn't this have more slots? We relocated like 6 vehicles out of it. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24. Really? That's crazy. 4 dump trucks right now. I guess we will have some dump trucks in these then. Yeah, let's relocate the dump trucks too. Let's move all of them over here. And the other one will be the construction office for other mechanisms, I guess. Sorry if you were on a construction site right now. But, yeah. Priorities have changed. So this is like the general construction office. And this is the one focusing on asphalt and concrete. 6 concrete mixers, 6 dump trucks, 2 or more of each. And then the construction office should be full. This one will need road cranes. It will need covered hull trucks. I'm still gonna go with the W50. 4 of those. Probably another excavator. Yep. One of these. And then we have dump trucks, concrete mixers, open hull. What else do we need? That we have buses. Yes, 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 yes. We don't have the open hull assigned yet. Yes, road crane roller, yeah. So I think we probably need more open hull trucks. And we need to assign everything. We'll copy these tasks over, so they know where the materials are. We give them full search radius. We'll add the construction office to the assignment tool. Over on this side. And then this one will basically get a copy of the assignments from our existing construction office in Hellas. So these vehicles can be used for normal materials, as well as carrying mechanisms. And the additional vehicles will carry other materials too. Oil price going down, sure. Not a problem. How far can we push down the oil price? Let's build more pump checks. Maybe the board price is gonna go up even more. There should be one more vehicle heading here. Yeah, dump truck. Probably. No, mixer. Okay. We might have to assign it to certain construction tasks if they are too far away. But these additional dump trucks and concrete mixers will help speed up the construction of the radio station quite a bit. And once we have a radio station in place, then it should be easier to keep our people happy. My hope is that we can bring up the happiness to the point where we don't really have to worry about loyalty anymore too much. Like, I would like to focus on other things. I should also check happiness and things over here. Seems fine. 80 is plenty. Everyone is happy in this area. $1,700 people away from another research point. How are our inner city buses doing? That's a few people. Are some of them waiting too long? Or do we have a good frequency of buses? Here's the next one, I think. No, that's a different one. This is the next one. 15 minutes to spare. Seems okay. Capacity is also not looking terrible. So if we had more residential buildings, we should probably be fine. This area up here could be developed with residential buildings in mind. Could also go throw down one of these. 600 people. That's not really... That wasn't really the intention though. Originally I did not plan for a footpath down here. I'm also a little bit worried about heating. Let's wait until winter so we can make a decision regarding our heat water tanks. I also wanted to develop more in this area anyway, closer to the heating plants. Keep them a little bit more efficient. Okay, temporary traffic jam. We can fix that by just relocating the steel to not go to the road cargo station but the storage itself and waiting there until unloaded. That will leave one parking slot free at all times in either the storage or the road cargo station. There we go. Copy the route. And then we'll have to change this one to a different route. And modify that route then instead with the new pump jack. Once it's built, we will get a notification when it finishes construction. And then we'll see if the wood price goes up. If it does, then we might have to send that in as a report. It's funny, but it feels a little bit weird. Yeah. What was weird? We built another pump jack. Even though the oil price is terrible. We built that one recently and started it up, so we didn't lose anything. The price in US dollars is quite low. But on the other hand, our board prices went up a little bit. I'm not sure if it is related. It's just kind of curious that our board prices went up similar to the construction of our pump jack. So I'm building another one and seeing if it has another effect. This time keeping an eye on it, I guess. While we're doing construction, I guess we can allow them a shortcut here to get the building built a little bit faster. Why are our concrete mixers not full? No workers. That is okay, but who has walking distance here? No one. Only people from the bus stop can go to the concrete plant. That is not okay. I did not build the footpath yet. Not sure if we can get there. How far can we go right now? Fire station and bus stop. I guess we just have to send one building to the bus stop. And that will probably take care of the supply of workers to the concrete plant, I would guess. Yeah. Maybe the shortage is not the... Maybe the shortage wasn't the vehicles as much as the workers going to the concrete plant. Yeah, the setup of everything is a little bit narrow here, but we can probably just squeeze a footpath, pedestrian tunnel in here. and have them get to work this way. Instead of walking along the main road. The asphalt plant is over there. Concrete plant, everyone is in range. Okay, then we'll get these set up, the tunnel, footpaths, and then we can unassign the one building from the bus stop, but for now this should make sure that we have at least a few people working in the concrete plant, I think, until we get the tunnel set up. That'll be a useful addition, I think. Ah, they have gravel footpaths for the fountain. Well, if only I knew. We have asphalt footpaths connected to it now. Got a little bit of a park area going. Those trees and bushes will probably be removed as soon as I start building something in this area. Maybe I'll leave enough rooms for that not to happen, but we'll see. Yeah, maybe the concrete was just a matter of not enough workers. Bitumen deliveries are keeping up with the current demand. Cement is also going through quite quickly. I do not have a train unloading plan for that. If we set up a cement storage here, it would not be directly connected to this, but the vehicle picking up cement from the customs house would then instead pick it up from a storage here. Not planned right now. We'll get our vehicles repaired. They barely have any wear and tear, but might as well. Get our repair crew something to do. Development over here looks fine. What's our waste technical office doing? Is it getting overworked? Probably not. Well, all vehicles are busy. Gravel processing plant, iron mine. and then one in Old Town. So it is trying to deal with the waste being generated in these areas. I could prevent that if I had a garbage stand that is connected with a factory connection, but I want to rely a little bit on technical office. New pump check. That one, wait until loaded. This one is Colata, oil, export 4, I would imagine. If I remember my naming convention. Yep, it is. Start the trucks. It is May, mid of May. Let's see what happens if the board price keeps going up. Board price right now, almost 150 US dollars in sales price. It's dropping a little bit right now for some reason. It's thinking about stabilizing. Let's export more oil. Maybe we can push it higher if it's related. I have no idea. It might just be like wrong causality. Might be a wrong effect, might be something completely different, like the coal we had in a previous run where it went up. Might be completely unrelated. I think we might have to bring workers down here now with our inner city bus. Loading workers from Old Town and bringing them down here. Tunnel is already built on this side. Did they change this one? No, still has this white texture stuff in it. Spruce. Low loyalty? Sure. We might turn off these warning messages. Reminder to build a few extra monuments. I don't know. Does it really help? Does the quality and the amount of monuments matter? I'm just gonna try and push the happiness up. And maybe go for a little bit of loyalty. Just a tiny bit. A smidge. Need more bricks. Lots and lots of bricks. Concrete deliveries are now done. But our resource storage for bricks might be a little bit empty. Yeah, once we can replace these, or not replace these, but assist them with train exports, train imports for construction materials, things will improve a bit. I could also build a rail construction office in the new train into the new train storage area yard. Into the yard area there. If we had a rail construction office in there, bringing workers from Hellas wouldn't be a problem. Resources would also be nearby, could also deliver them by train. I don't know how much room I want to spend for that though. Yeah, road is done. We can turn our bridges into one-way roads now. Might have to go into the terrain editor to raise this up a little bit. It would be nice if it was flush, but oh well. We have our external waste storage now, so the internal storage of the heating plant shouldn't be needed anymore. Seems like that didn't matter. The happiness is still quite low, presumably because of loyalty. This one still doesn't have any effect, which is weird. This feels overkill building these things. I'm just gonna rely on media, electronics and media instead. We did last for like 35 years without any radios. Might as well be allowed to set up some media building. And then TVs we could do a little bit later, once we get another larger town. Maybe the one with the medical university next to the map center. It's nice that this area is working without a school, a university. They're doing fine. Not sure if they're going to get enough university education, or if that runs into a problem at some point. But they only need that for the clinic, so not a lot of workers will need that in this area. Yes, happiness is low. They have a radio and nothing is on it. We are working on it. Still need a lot of steel. I only have one truck basically importing steel for construction tasks. And everything is assigned to it. This one will basically only deal with Karasna, whereas the other ones will pick up the resources from Hellas Heating or Beatus River or whatever this is going to be called. I think this is going to be Hellas warehouses. After the bridge has been built, once we get to it, the rest of the train track is just going to be laying rail. Maybe once we have that in place, I mean, getting to a large customs house on the east is still going to be an ordeal. But we could set up a path and then just let it build over time without having to worry about it, instead of building on the eastern border another rail construction office. But if we did that, then the rail construction would progress much faster. It is, however, nice to not use the EDK and try some other strategies, use some of the other equipment. Even if it's not 100% optimal. Maybe a few extra open haul trucks. I mean, once we have the main road done, we could also pick up from the customs house directly, although the customs house might get overworked a little bit. Still waiting on these constructions to finish. I wouldn't mind a more subtle one-way road arrow. It doesn't need to be that large. Maybe they could turn it to the point where one of the lines turns into an arrow, so it's like really subtle as you're zoomed out. Waste train, waste storage, it's filling up. Yeah, we definitely need another waste storage. All of the waste coming in from the gravel processing area is getting a bit too much. I think if we have another residential building in this area and just having a bus route to the larger bus stop might be fine. Or our inner city bus route would basically be a triangle from Hellas Old Town, new area, university, and just run it in a triangle route. Can they walk from this to anywhere else? Not really. There's no footpath up here whatsoever. It wasn't really designed to have one. The service area was completely inaccessible. I guess we can set up a commercial area, maybe over here, where we have another cinema, another culture building, attraction building. They can't even get to the hospital, right? Oh, they can get to that one. Yeah, they can walk up these stairs and walk into the hospital, at the very least. I think our wire has been built, so we can take down the other one. Suspend demolition, make sure we have electricity still. Seems fine. Continue demolition. That should keep us supplied with electricity until we decide what this area is going to look like, and until we set up the new switch. Hopefully. Now that our bulldozers and excavators are back to this area, flattening things out should be a little bit faster as well. The warehouse has priority over train station in case of a fire. Should never really have any problems with that. But you never know. In an emergency, the fire truck from the heating plant can get here too. Does have to travel quite a bit though. I think over on this side we will also have a technical service. The Cloverleaf interchange mess that we made also needs to be cleared a bit. I really want to rework this to be a more gentle curve. Oh well. It's probably fine. Coal price going down? Sounds okay. The board price was 150. It is up to 180 now. Still within the fluctuation from earlier, but we'll see how it develops. I should probably set up another industry for boards. How many boards, how much money in boards do we have lying around in our republic? We have around 420 tons in total, 68,000. Highest amount is electronics. That is still our warehouse. 115k ruble, 130k US dollars. Has changed to almost 1 million rubles. Those electronics are ancient, but they're increasing in value. More and more. This one requires how much electricity? 600 kilowatts at most. We do have no issue with that right now whatsoever. Water and sewage should be fine. I guess we don't have running water connected yet, which will be a problem. We need to do that. The university might also be consuming water quite... well, it is not, because it's not running water yet. Maybe it'll be fine, but running water down here, once we get residential buildings set up with people inside, is going to be a mandatory investment. Demolition is already done. We'll have a lot of room to build buildings over here. Then we have to get up to another level, get a bridge over here to develop another lower density residential area, I guess. Can't forget about checking the heating this winter before we place down more residential buildings. Hello Ozone. Thank you very much for the follow, much appreciated. Welcome to the stream. Hey, no DOs sounds like a fun challenge. It is. Our list of lines is up to 90 for road vehicles. We have 4 settlements right now. only have a few train lines. What is that one? Mine waste export. That one's obsolete, I guess. Krasna. We're trying to keep them organized by having a naming scheme for them, but it is getting to be quite the memory game. I enjoy it a lot. I do need to eventually check my lines and make sure I have them all properly named, so it's easier to find them again when I'm looking for something. I remember when I trained the OKM, it changed everything to the better. I can't think of going back. That is true, but we are working quite well with trains right now. We went ahead and started with a single train line, then added some passing tracks to it. And now we have a triple bridge here because we basically have one dedicated line for our iron trains running back and forth. The neat thing that you can do with lines that you can't do with distribution offices, you can tell them exactly where to go. So if you say like, okay, after the loading station, you should then pick this one, then it creates a waypoint. And then you need to always use this loading station, so it will always go in there. Distribution office doesn't really do that. The fuel station in here was a mistake though. Makes it harder to use waypoints because I don't have a turning lane yet where they can basically turn around in place. So when a train goes here and there's a waypoint set over here, it can't find a way to the refueling point. So I had to remove them for most of them. But yeah, direct lines allow you to set waypoints. And the other thing you can do is you can have direct routes use bus end stations for line spacing and refueling. So we have a bus end station here. And you can basically have a, let's see, do I have any on this one? I don't think they run, oh yeah, they run through the university bus end station. So I have two food trucks, which aren't set to wait until loaded or unloaded. And they have a route where they continuously run and bring food here. And if at some point, like, I have a shortage, I will hopefully get an early warning and then can just throw another vehicle onto the line and it should fix itself. For now we're trying to resolve that, or make our road vehicles a little bit more efficiently by not having them import from the customs house, but we're going to set up a storage area here. Line spacing works with end station. Yep, end stations replace the line spacing setting. If you have the line spacing checkbox set, vehicles slow down to match line spacing, which means sometimes you have vehicles running at 30 kilometers an hour. But if you use the variable timing line spacing mode inside an end station, or the time setting, as soon as they leave the bus end station, they will drive full speed for their route. I only use it for buses, not trucks. Yep, it works. Works for trucks. Let's see, how many do I have assigned? I have food. One of them, two of them bring fuel here. I guess I only have the food one assigned here, because the other ones only have one vehicle. Electronics, clothing, and alcohol being brought here is only... it's only one vehicle, so no line spacing needed. Warehouse and clothing. Wait until unloaded. Why do I have that one set? I am confused. I think that one is wrong. This one is the correct line. Clothing, electronics, university. Warehouse, clothing, domestic. Oh no, that's correct. That is where it's getting the resources from. And it has to wait until fully loaded there, I guess, since We were not producing enough. This one is the right one. An ODO would be a cool challenge for me in the future. I can recommend it. I do like my... I'm basically running something called low tech for every run that I do now, where I'm running research, but I'm restricting myself from doing research. I'm allowing myself to do one research every settlement that I build, which encourages you to spread out across the map, get more settlements down. And then to counteract the fact that you could spam out very low density settlements, you also get another research for every 2,500 people that you get. And that encourages you to either build another settlement, or maybe you can grow an existing town a little bit larger. That one is Klibriusk. So we have Hellas as a settlement, we have Korasna, over on that side is Kolata, and then recently we built up Klibriusk for processing gravel. That's 4 settlements, 4 research points, and we're over 7,500, which is 3 times 2,500, so an extra 3 research points for a total of 7. We do, however, make it so that research which doesn't unlock anything doesn't count, so you can pick, for example, prefab panel construction and then skip the study on concrete for not counting as a research point. So we spend 1 for big monuments, 1 for prefab panels, a 3rd one for durable panels, 4th one on wood cutting, wood planting, 5th one geological map, 6th one on radio, and 7th one on secret police. And I cheated a little bit because I wanted to try if I could do something neat with containers, but it didn't work the way I thought it would. We will have to pay that one before we get to 10 research points. Either the 10th research point will be that one. So I basically wanted to try and see if we could do some tricks with containers as a replacement for distribution offices, because you could just unload all types of containers into them. And then for the container unloading station you can set specific resource limits for unloading. But it didn't quite work, it stopped unloading. Even though it had containers for a different type of resource, it tried to keep unloading them in order. So it wasn't really like a neat, intelligent storage solution. It was still kind of weird. I would have assumed that since it used workers, maybe it could be a little bit more intelligent and allow you to have that. Not use containers yet. Containers are interesting. They're really good for exporting. They require workers to load resources into containers, but they basically double your storage capacity if you transport something via truck. A covered hull truck has half the capacity of an open hull truck with a container on top. And it also unloads way quicker at the customs house. Containers are like, you can unload like 2 containers really quickly, whereas resources take a little while. But yeah, it does take workers to load resources into containers. I recommend giving them a try for exporting. Slows down your exports a bit, but makes them more profitable. The fewer exports you have, the more the market has time to recover its price. I do plan on setting up a harbor area in the southwest of this map, slowly developing towards it. And I will probably have containers being loaded either nearby or just delivered to the area. We'll probably have trains carrying containers to the area. It will look way cooler, I think. Especially since we have to set up routes anyway. Containers don't work with distribution offices, so I thought this would be a nice addition to the run. We're still allowed to use forklift garages, technical offices. Otherwise, waste handling gets really, really difficult. I don't know if it gets impossible. Probably does. But they do work similar to distribution offices. 2 more deliveries of brick. Then we'll finish the current construction phase, and we need a bunch more steel, some boards, concrete and bricks. Then our radio will be up. Last time I played a run like this, I think I lasted until 2030, 40 without a radio or TV station, but things were getting quite dicey. First bridge construction done. Second one underway. Lots of concrete already present. More deliveries on its way. Yeah, highway being built very slowly. Not sure why I can't assign it. Oh, it's set to assign reconstruction, never mind. That makes sense. I like to try to build as much as needed, and then whenever the situation changes, I like to try and add the necessary changes. Look at our board prices. They are ridiculous. 63,000 now. Boards costing 193 US dollars per ton. I think it's still going up. It might be related to oil. Maybe if I set more oil, the prices are going to keep going up. So the benefit for us would be that the more oil wells we build, the higher the board price gets, which is weird. Maybe that's the reason why the coal price went up in one of our games. Maybe I added more and more oil. The oil price started dropping, but the coal price went up instead. Maybe that's the reason. Okay, I think we will also set up a... Well, can't we just hook up a tunnel here anyway? Yeah, then some workers have access. I mean, they have access right now. We'll just improve it a little bit by 30 meters walking distance. Maybe that's not necessary. Could have another footpath access on that side, I guess. Which might make it so that more citizens can reach. Still about the same, only 25 meters gain. That might not be correct, let's try again. Still gives more time, why can't you reach this? 350 meters. Is it really that far? I guess so. 440 meters. Sure, we'll build it. I have a pedestrian underpass underneath the university. Do I want to use this connection though? Yeah, sure. Can have another pedestrian underpass on this side anyway, if we need one. My challenge now is to build every supply chain in the game and get self-sufficient. I am more than halfway there. My next setup is chemical and plastic. That is a very good challenge. Because as you're building more, resources where you already were self-sufficient will become insufficient, so it is a challenge for sure. Vehicle production, exporting cars with trucks, I should change that. Exporting vehicles with trains is quite nice. Chemical is pain. Well, if you're using distribution offices, it should be fine. It's difficult if you think you can set everything up with conveyors and pipes and factory connections, but if you just use a distribution office, the consumption of the chemical plant is very low. Nearby distribution office with some small trucks. For example, if you have a local resource storage and then the chemical plant's next to it and you just have a distribution office making sure everything is supplied, will probably be okay. But it can also be done with automation, with factory connections. It is just, that one is going to be way more difficult, I believe. Raise the priority. Bring the last construction materials here, please, before anywhere else. Get the radio station set up. Guess I will use DOs. I only heard that you need a lot of vanilla chem plants. Chemical plants take a lot of time to make chemicals. Less than 1 ton per day. 0.81 tons of chemicals. So it is an industry that you will have to consider, see how much your consumption is, and then plan accordingly if you want to become self-sufficient. Especially if you're getting into electronics, water production, fabric production, it will all add up. And if your population grows for the self-sufficiency, then the demand for chemicals will also start growing. But I think a distribution office will be able to handle quite a few. You just need to make sure that you have enough workers for them. I don't think I've ever become self-sufficient on chemicals yet. I don't remember. My last run ended when I got annoyed by my chemical plant burning down. But I was already way over my head because I basically had a challenge of not using any buses. We tried to focus on personal vehicles. We got to like 850 of them, and our roads were really overworked, let's say. That was the wrong road. I need to get this one set up first. We'll probably flatten out this terrain slope. And this one. Better. Probably much better. No more ridiculous camber to the side. And decent bit of slope hill to climb. I think this will be okay. There we go, some more road construction projects for you guys. Enjoy. We're almost at the bridge. Taking a while. Started before water, garbage and repairs, so it makes the challenge more doable. Oh, okay. Yeah, I usually restart whenever there's a new version with new content. Thankfully, they have currently no plans to add more gameplay mechanisms, as far as I know, that alter like the things that you need to do. Unfortunately, I'm starting to do very weird challenges and restarting runs because of those, but I guess it's fine. One more delivery of bricks and we have all the resources necessary. I love restarting games, but I'm forcing myself to keep playing to learn every supply chain. I have not regretted it yet. Do you know about the new view that they added where you can see all supply chains? If you go to the questions and answers, check the Minister of Industry, click on what resources are there. It shows you an overview of all the resources that there are. And if you click a resource, you get all the production chains from that resource. And then you can go to that other resource either back or forth. So we can go to fabric and see what else is there. Oh, fabric and plastics are used in the vehicle production line. Well, how do I get plastics? That way. Oh, that one requires chemicals. Let's go back here. Wood, etc., etc. So this is a useful menu to go through the production chains if you're unfamiliar and you're like, We don't want to go through the buildings and see this one has clothing, it uses fabric, and then what does fabric need, etc. You can just click through this here. It's quite convenient. It's in the Minister of Industry, the first question that he has. Neat, I have a big PDF from a Discord or Reddit. Ah, okay. I am unaware of any PDFs. I will look into that after the stream. Come on, you didn't bring all the bricks. We have one more delivery of bricks. 0.74 tons. I'll just let workers walk onto the construction site and hope that the bricks get here soon. 6% left. Price for boards is now $205 US purchase price, 185 sell price. So our lumber train should be getting more and more profitable, it looks like. It's at 88 tons and we already have 16,500 US. It's crazy. Last bricks. Going through the tunnel right now. Yeah, I really need to... I need to use this on a larger scale, the brick buildings. Once we get our own brick factory and we have a large supply of bricks, setting these up should be quite cheap. And then we can build a settlement out of these. Where I don't just have a single road made out of them, but like a whole area. I just wasn't sure about the whole the other buildings surrounding it, so this has gotten quite a bit larger than I thought it would be. And our greenery area also didn't really develop in what I wanted it to be. Regardless, our radio station is finishing up construction. And I guess it might be time to tell our inner city bus route to load some workers here. So that we have some workers heading to this area. This will take workers away from the mine. The mine bus might have to pick up in a different area. We might have to move every operation that requires workers down to this bus stop instead. And basically unload with transfer station in mind. So this one unloading as transfer station doesn't make any sense anymore if we're picking up workers after that right away again anyway. So I think the university will unload as a transfer point. We will unload workers as a transfer stop. And then unload anyone else who's still on the bus as a non-transfer. So this bus stop should slowly turn into our main bus stop location, because it does have a lot of capacity. If we start collecting all the workers in the area, that would be the best choice. We can have up to 2,000 workers in this bus stop. So we'll try and shift everyone over there. This one is Hellas Hills, going to Old Town. This will change. You will, instead of Old Town, bring everyone over here. But you will unload anyone who requires an education services over here in Old Town. And then you will get the bus stop over here added where any worker gets unloaded as a transfer in the university area. Smart, I've never added 2 stops on the same station on my buses. Yeah, it allows you to do a few neat things. For example, in the beginning where you have very little amounts of highly educated workers, you can set it up where the first load command is you pick up anyone who doesn't have an education. And then the second load command is you fill the bus up, you top it off with highly educated workers, but you make sure to use the low education workers first. For bus routes, for example, that go to the heating plant. So you always have workers there, and when you slowly transfer from low education to high education, you don't have to adjust it. But you make sure to pick up low education first instead of a mixture of both. And that way you can automate a few things in the future that are future-proof, rather. What other routes do we have? We have Hellas, University, Old Town, Inner City. The Inner City ones are fine. Well, I guess the Inner City ones might need a change too. University. Isn't that the one we already changed? Oh no, yeah, we changed that one. Heating is fine. You will have to pick up from the university as soon as we get everyone shifted over. Maybe doing that change shortly before winter is a terrible idea. I mean, we still have a lot of workers going to the bus stop. So it is still the main area to pick up workers, I guess. The buildings that we have down here are not... Why do you not have food? What the hell is going on? I have a feeling that when the radio station finishes construction, that all the highly educated workers will stop selling food to people and instead work here. Loyalty going down from listening. We will slowly improve that even without the loyalty research by disallowing disloyal citizens from working here, I hope. We can't adjust propaganda settings, but that is fine. Maybe even without propaganda settings we can improve this, who knows. For now we're working on improving happiness and culture. I'm not sure if increasing the education... Oh, we could do some sports enjoyment, sure. Sports enjoyment, culture. Could reduce alcohol addiction. And a little bit of anti-religious propaganda, I guess. Doesn't have an effect right now. No preference for alcohol, please. Okay, that's too much. Let's not care about religion. Let's reduce the... No. Let's focus on sport, culture. And a little bit reduction in preference for alcohol if we can. That will increase religious sympathy. No, we don't care about that. Then we don't do anything. I've almost only used culture and Soviet propaganda on radio TV station. Yeah, it's very strong. I'm trying to get the game to work without it. I'm trying to basically do it without the propaganda increase because I think it's a little bit too strong. But since I've limited myself on research and we already waited 35 years, I'm just gonna treat myself to a radio station at least. It will lower loyalty a little bit, but happiness and culture are going up. Do I need culture? I guess culture enjoyment does increase happiness. Yeah, mostly culture, some sport. Let's increase the loyalty requirement even more. Maybe we can get it so the the loyalty loss is really low. Okay, we're slowly getting workers here. I do think that we will have to move our other bus routes here. Let's do that with the mine one first. We will do the heating one later. What's this? Krasna, Hellas. Students, okay. That one is, well, no passengers. Hellas Old Town, load passengers. Yeah, it's passengers. I guess we should also add these to bring them to... Why are we... Wait. That is a really old bus route. That was from when Hellas was basically like not doing so well, and we brought some of them to Korasna. That's like super old. We're going to change that around and bring them to Hellas instead, or did I look at it wrong? Yeah, I looked at it wrong. No, it was already set up correctly. Hellas. Unload these. This is... Don't load anyone from these, just passengers. And then only unload passengers. There we go. Yes, when you know the core mechanisms, a lot of the things in the game get easy and it's too OP. I want the game to have easy to hard economic settings, so we can get less for our export and a higher cost of import. Yep. I would like the market to be more dynamic and fluctuate a lot more over time. Like the whole thing with the board price going up extremely high, $202 US right now, and my oil price being at like $12 US right now is quite interesting. But I worry it's more of a bug than actually a mechanic in the game. I don't know. Over 99% of population have a radio, so we have a very high listener base. Hopefully happiness and hopefully everything basically becomes better. Storage. Oh, warehouse. I mean, the game is still enjoyable, and making up your own challenges can be very enjoyable too. I think there's a potential for DLC to add more complexity to it, but I would probably like the added complexity of starting earlier a lot more. The 1900 start that is on the workshop, polished up into a full game expansion, would probably be exactly what I would like. Starting with very low throughput on the road network, requiring trains to be open a lot earlier than usual, and then developing through the industrialization and the rise of your road network compared to your trains would be quite neat. Okay, so this vehicle won't be able to build the bridge, but it can then build this one instead. But I guess the other crane... Oh no, it's sending the laying crane here. Good. That means it will send the other vehicle to this area if it isn't building towards our scrapyard right now. It is not doing anything. Have we reached our scrapyard yet? It is not that far. Was a single train track. Supposedly it's not assigned, so I guess not. We'll reassign it. Maybe placing down that signal last episode has messed things up a little bit. Please continue building that one. I also have added the extra challenge for myself to not modify the terrain too much. Like, for settlements, yes, I'm still trying to find a way to make pretty settlements. I'm not very good at that, but I'm trying very hard to try a few things. Like, I really enjoy how this road looks if you're in first person, for example. I tried to make a high density urban road, tried to think about developing it further, and then have a slightly lower density area around it, which I haven't even looked at yet in first person. Doesn't look too bad. And recently I've tried to develop a settlement that goes up a hill. So basically a little bit more Japanese style development up a mountain slope. Trying a few things. Waiting for our next larger urban area. I want to have a rail construction with more than 4,500 meters surge. I'm so tired of manually doing it. Yep, I know what you mean. If they've changed it so that you could deliver workers and resources directly into a rail construction office, then it wouldn't be that difficult to just hook up another rail construction office on a train line and continue building from there. You would still need electricity, I guess, but having to set up the storages externally and the worker points, connection points, does slow things down with rail construction. Thankfully, if they're already building a track, they usually continue building. So the rail construction vehicle arrived here, touched the bridge, and it's still building it, even though it's... Oh, it's still in range. I thought that one would have been further than 4.5 kilometers. Never mind then. I guess it is very close to the rail construction office. Still get a few happiness warnings. Loyalty warnings are to be expected. Do we have range with the monument? Yes, we do. Some unemployment. I think the bus route between Kurasna and Hellas should remain. Okay, there's a lot of people waiting for party officials now. And the Hall of Residence is almost full. So we'll increase the amount of workers here. Am I bringing students to this area? Or are people from Hellas now moving into this Hall of Residence? What about the other one? That one's also filling up. I guess they're, instead of working at the university, now moving into the radio. We could try and use the education strength. I haven't used that yet. I don't know how much it improves education. We'll try it. We'll give them some education through our radio station. Happiness, culture, education, sports enjoyment. Basically a Western TV station. Radio station. Lots of people listening. We'll just open up the university completely. Let's also move down the bus route for the mines. I already forgot about that one, this one. So picking up, instead of at the Old Town bus stop, picking up first basic education and then higher education. We have to do that over here twice. So first of all, unload anyone you bring over, but then first load basic education, then load anyone with an education. And unload anyone you have on the bus. at the top of the mountain. I guess I'm not going to modify the unloading commands anymore. They should be fine the way they are. So the buses come back here, go into the end station, and then come back around, go in here, probably drive out this way, I would imagine. Are the buses even set up for line spacing? I guess they're still on the other end station. Yeah, they're over here. That means they... What is their route right now? They head here. Yep, this way. Go to the mine. Use this line spacing station. Come back down. And then a short route to the bus stop. Yep, that's okay. That will work. There will be a decent amount of workers here for our mine. Maybe even too many. But they will bring them back and unload them here, if necessary. I'm still worried with the amount of students that have piled up in this area though. How old is the oldest one? 29. That is not too long yet, and you're already at 2.0 education, so I guess it'll finish up fairly soon. I do wonder if they get education during free time with the radio set that way. Let's see. You're at 1.97. Your free time is starting right now. And we've set up our radio to provide some education. Although right now we don't have enough workers in here, which is unfortunate. So we can't really test it. I guess picking up all the workers for the mine does have its downsides. But on the other hand, extra workers will be brought back and then they can work in this facility. Mine still provides us with money. Plus, workers over here should be able to walk directly to the building. Why is your free time not starting? Now it's starting. So if you have extra time, I would assume that the percentage here would add to your education, even if you weren't visiting a university. I wonder if you could just skip universities then and just get the education via a radio. Centralizing your education for everyone. There's no one here anymore. And the amount of workers is dropping down quite a bit. Is our population dropping in general or something? Happiness as well, loyalty is okay. Do we have a lot of escapes recently? This year. Not that much, but we do have a lot of deaths for some reason. Or very low births, I guess, however you want to look at it. Last year we still made babies, and as soon as we turned on the radio station, I guess we're losing people. Maybe the loyalty drop is significant. Maybe no one can reach the 35% loyalty anymore. Maybe we do need propaganda. And there's some workers. I'm not doing anything right now. Let's pump everything into happiness, I guess, for now. And maybe education. Enthusiasm for sport we can do a little bit later. Enthusiasm for sport probably gives you sports enjoyment even if you don't find a sports facility locally. I wonder if you can supply everything to your citizens with just like media. That would allow you to get very high density residential areas. We're out of bricks. Well, bricks are on their way. Let's check our heat water tanks. Oh, they're getting very low. Very, very low. That will affect internal temperature already. That might explain our population loss. if the temperature inside the buildings is struggling. We will plan another heat exchanger. Apparently this one is not sufficient. The distance is quite high. Or do we have fewer workers here now? No, these are fully supplied. I was wondering if I made a mistake with the bus routes, but they do have enough workers. It's just we don't get enough heating over. So I guess we need another heat pumping station. Definitely need to fix that. I overexpanded again. It's not super critical yet, but temperatures are still going to drop and we might lose some people during winter. But for next winter our heating should be stabilized again. Maybe I am building the heating plants too far away now. I am just overly worried about pollution. Or do we have electricity issues with the heat pumping not working sufficiently fast enough? Seems fine. Electricity appears to not be the issue. It is, however, only one substation in the area. Regardless. So we have one connection here still available. I will leave that if there's another residential area happening at some point. It's our last heating pipe connection into another heat exchanger. I think it's all the... Well, maybe it's a mixture of everything. But yeah, this area will need more heating. There's no way around it. Minus 12 degrees and the temperature is dropping. It's not super bad yet, but it's definitely going to be noticeable soon. I mean, it's noticeable right now. We'll set up another heat exchanger and see if that resolves the issue. There's one heat pumping station in between. It should be not too long. I will also set up another substation next to the heat pumping stations just to make sure they don't run into any capacity issues. Because that one is going to be extremely important. All heat pumping stations are centralized around one substation, which could lead into quite a few issues. That is okay. And I think we only have one heating pipe here, probably. I do wonder if the heat pumping stations shouldn't be used combined. They have an internal heat water tank of like 300 cubic meters, but I thought they could pump two pipes. And the internal heat water would just be like act as a storage. I haven't tested that yet. I just assumed. With the radio station here potentially drawing a lot more electricity, we'll provide another substation in that area, which can also assist our heat pumping stations. And that one is the first one that's going to hook up to this area, having its own electricity connection basically. About that way into this one. I guess one more. Really? Is the tunnel? Is the footpath tunnel in the way? Did I just cancel another wire? I cancelled one of the blueprints, but okay, seems fine. That was a little bit scary. Okay, I need to go down one more. Get that wire set up. And the substation. And that should mean our radio station hopefully doesn't draw too much electricity away from our heat pumping stations. I will have to redo this heating pipe. Why is this one... Oh, I guess I know why. Yep, that's better. Okay. Yep, Koresna also affected. That one is like... The heating plant is running full capacity and it's... Oh, I forgot about the heating pipe here again. Well, let's do the heating pipe first thing after winter in 2 months and hopefully not forget about it yet again. I mean, it's already set up from here to here. Maintenance, not good. The other ones will need maintenance next year. Yeah, here the water tank is really low. Heat pumping station has a little bit more heating, but not that much. Hopefully the extra heating pipe will resolve it without going through the heat pumping station, but we'll see. I could also hook up a large heat exchanger and have 3 small heating pipes going into that and then running a large heat exchanger for everything. Or just get rid of the small heating plant. We definitely need more workers in here. Thought we had enough buses running with enough workers for it. 5 workers. That is not enough. Let's make sure these 4 houses always send all of their workers to the bus stop. What other bus routes do I have here? Rail construction office workers. Yes, we're taking more away from that, which is bad. Logging area is important, and students, which doesn't matter. So I guess the increase in rail construction office workers might have had a detrimental effect of the amount of workers inside our heating plant. Which now means that people are freezing. But hopefully with sending all of those workers to the bus stop first, our bus route bringing them to the logging area, we'll find enough workers now. And hopefully no other building in this area will start struggling. Minus 10 degrees, temperatures around 20, dropping. If we hit minus 16 or minus 18, we're gonna be struggling even more, but yeah, we'll see if the heat exchanger helps. Howdy, comrade. How deep are you digging into the iron mines today? We're digging fairly deep. We are getting our workers from a different bus stop, but it is still a lot of workers here that are very busy all the time. Our iron price is not as high as it once was. We're only getting 10,000 US dollars right now. Curiously enough, we built one more pump check, well, two more. We built one last time, so the oil price went down even more. But the curious thing is that our board prices went up quite high for some reason. And I'm not sure if they are related. Can't tell. The market is doing weird things. We need to set up another logging area to profit off of that at some point. Our heating plants are also not adequately equipped to supply enough heating to our areas. We will need a third one eventually. It's not going to be difficult to set up for sure. Workers should be able to get from the bus stop to the heating plant. And then our town expansion will be able to get heating, but we need to set up the rail line first. How are you doing, Hellstorm? Hope you're having a good middle of the weekend. Where's our logging train? It's loading right now. 50,000 US dollars for now. Still has 100 tons to load. It's ridiculous. So much money. I need to fix the waste situation here. Didn't I add enough of a waste truck? I did. Why are you not able to keep up with this? I know. Because our stupid technical officers are picking up waste from the mine area that they shouldn't and bringing it over here, and then we're carrying it back over. Ah, those bastards. No, I don't know if we can correct that. How did I break the town entrance? Oh, that way. Got it. How can I get the technical officers to not get up here and pick up waste from the mine area that they shouldn't? I mean, basically, no heavy goods vehicles, not even supply. I hope that's enough. But I think technical officers ignore those. Yep, we're losing people again, as you do. Krasna this time. Hopefully the heating is resolved. Actually, we have 0 workers in here now. What are the buses doing? 5 workers? 14 workers. Calibriusk, dry bulk storage on fire. I guess I will have to tell them what to do here. Heating plant, fire station, highest priority. And then everything else after, so... Split up the workers between the heating plant and the fire station first, and then send all other workers elsewhere. We're losing all of our people here because the heating is not working. It's minus 15 degrees. There will be a few deaths. Just a few. Already 1,000 approximately. Because for some reason people are not working in the heating plant anymore. No, they are. Hopefully they can get it resolved a little bit. We might have to get a few extra migrants again. All heat exchangers are doing maintenance. Why are you not repairing that one? Hellas Old Town Bus Platform. Yep. Get your workers. Maintain our heat exchanger. It's kind of important. Maybe this is enough to fix it. I don't know. Other extra workers go to the clothing factory too. They are not priority. But yeah, workers to the clothing factory too, I guess. Although we might be making more money with lumber than with clothing right now. I'm doing reasonably okay. Are you back on sleep track? I am back on sleep track, yes. Crime is starting to pile up as people freeze to death, resorting to crime to deal with their needs. We've lost a lot of people. Our clinic being a little bit overworked. Don't know if the hospital has range. Probably not. That is not a hospital. Hospital has no range, so they are on their own. We're down to 6,200 people. We're losing everyone in this area, it looks like. We'll have to get that sorted again. Because our lumber area is too profitable to not have that one running. No more workers. 16 workers incoming. I thought we had a technical office in here. I guess I was wrong. That heating is going down super fast. Yeah, probably have to restart that town. I didn't add anything to it. Everyone is dead. We had a death wave. I guess, yeah, we'll rework the heating pipe. If that one is not enough for next year, then we'll move the heating plant closer again, maybe in walking distance, and just deal with the pollution. That wasn't too bad. Mistakes happen. Hellas is still standing. I have to get the temperature sorted. Right, there's also road connections here. Yeah, I mean a little bit of pollution is probably not as bad as freezing to death. I guess we are going to rebuild our heating plant. Do I really want to hook up all heating pipes back to how they were? Then we don't even need the heat pumping station anymore. We basically don't really need the heat exchangers anymore. Sure, let's do that. Let's get our old heating plant back. I think the area will probably like having its heating restored. The new citizens will appreciate that. Well, that changes things a little bit for the area. I assume no one is living here anymore, really. There's still a few people in these houses. We will have to start with a fresh set of migrants, with like 300, once the heating plant is done. Get our footpaths back. I'm just going to turn off one heat exchanger and see if that one solves it. I wonder if 3 ones are just spreading out the heating too thinly. If I were, for example, getting rid of this one. This one should cover everything. Yes. So if I were to just demolish this one, pause the demolition for now. That should mean all of the heating goes to this heat exchanger and the other one. We can then omit the heat pumping station. Splitting up the heat water was probably the mistake. Because if everyone reaches like half of the capacity, then it's much easier to cool out. Maybe we can still run with the far away heating plant, but we'll see. I will definitely get rid of these and focus on 2 heat exchangers directly connected to a heating plant. I will pause this for now. Actually no, we will build it. I will set this up again. I'm debating the pollution issue versus the other issue. Heating issue is more significant when it happens. Yeah, but pollution is manageable. We need to restart the area. Wonder what other fun things will happen. I mean, the rail construction will stop for now. It will not send you to the bus stop anymore. That one was not the reason, I don't think. That one was just trying to fix things by treating the symptoms kind of deal. We'll just have to wait for the temperature to come back up. We can redo our heating setup right now. Basically get rid of all of the heating pipes and hook them up over here. Demolish everything. This heating plant is obsolete. And get rid of the heat pumping station. Plus its road. Should be a quick rework. We'll definitely be ready for next year, but we will have to pay some money to repopulate the area. Hopefully our restored heating plant will be able to keep everything heated. Heat capacity wise it should be. Unless I'm missing something. But we'll see. I will rebuild all heating pipes. So for the time being we will not do any lumber exports, which is unfortunate for the price that you can see. I guess we could bring workers over here from our other town. The other problem is that we will not have any firefighters in the area. And that is so concerning to me that I will change our bus route temporarily to pick up workers from Hellas instead. while no one is living over there, we'll get some extra people to pick up the slack. We'll try and repopulate everything once we have our heating plant in place. And we'll tear this one down as soon as we have relocated all of the coal out into our new old heating plant. And yeah, construction shouldn't take too long. Shit happens. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, if it's your first town and you're like new or like intermediate or you don't like it, and just load a save game, it's fine. Try to fix it. It's still a challenge. But we have a larger settlement nearby, we have a lot of money, I like watching things happen and then trying to fix them even if they happen. Now if Hellas were to die right now too, well, we might have to start a new run. The failure would not be due to no distribution offices though. That one was like I don't actually know why it happened. It was struggling last year already and it gave us heating warnings. But I think maybe the low loyalty pushed it over the edge and the heating plant lost too much productivity that everything collapsed. It's very likely. But yeah, we should be fine. The other thing, are we still picking up waste from the mine area? Because you seriously need to stop that. That's just ridiculous. I think we're not doing that anymore. I think the trucks are now not allowed to go up here, which is exactly what I want them to not do. So all of the waste is directly transferred from here into the dump area. Unless production of the iron mine has slowed down to the point where we actually don't get that much waste anymore. But I think it's still correct. We'll see in like 0.1 ton when it reaches 6.5. Should move this truck. Ah, that's still... Oh, that's the correct one. That is fine. Who's heading here now? Krasna Iron Mine. Yep, that is correct. Alright. So hopefully we can start removing the waste that has piled up here. Oh my god, is that a lot of waste. Maybe they're not moving anymore because we just have too much waste. That means Hellas is next on the list to die because waste is gonna run full. Especially when our clinic storage runs full. Where are all vehicles? I have to see what happens when one of the trucks gets back. If another vehicle heads here to bring more waste. Hellas Waste Town Export. Yep, we are struggling. Alright, you are going to unload mixed waste directly into this dump now. Help with things for the time being. And you're going up to the iron mine dump. Well, that explains a lot. So you would have still brought waste down here. I don't know how to stop that. I don't know if there's a traffic sign to stop that. Maybe no road vehicles? Doesn't seem to care about that either. Yeah, this technical office caused a few issues in this area. The other one, if we restrict it to 2 kilometers, will not be able to access the iron mine. It can still assist with topics in this area. If we restrict it to 1 kilometer, it would be a little bit too short. So I guess this technical office will help with waste, but deliver it to the dump in the iron mine area directly. Hopefully that will resolve it now. I guess the problem of not having any workers means that all of the buses will run to the bus end station. Hellas Old Town, get in. Krasna bus stop, get in. Okay, you know what? Fixed time. Just run on a fixed schedule. Otherwise our iron mine will stop working too. And other things will break. So I guess that is the downside of bus end stations. If something breaks, then things can start piling up there. Let's start building the heating plant. And we'll probably be able to move people back in by March, I think. Construction shouldn't take too long. Getting the coal set up shouldn't take too long. We'll be probably fine. Okay, I do have to set up the heating pipes again. That might take a little bit. We have to wait for the connections to be removed, and I did set up the pipes to be demolished in full. I didn't set it up as a small pipe section and then the rest. So the waste trucks will have to do their thing, I guess, before we can set up the heating pipes again. Yeah, we'll use this waste storage. And hopefully the other trucks can start emptying out the rest. Why are there no snow plows? I guess it's snowing a lot. Insult to injury and stuff. We should upgrade this road to asphalt. I didn't want to, because this was basically a service access road. I really want to prevent the technical office from going here. I don't know. Don't think it's possible. Oh, the radio station does not have a waste storage yet. So that one is probably spewing out a lot of waste over time. The Balsche did something with signs, don't remember what. Might be a weight limit, but I still want buses to go up that way. No motor vehicles might work, but yeah, I want no motor vehicles but buses allowed basically. Buses are 8.5 tons. Wait, is that the empty vehicle weight? We do have the bendy buses, unfortunately, they are a little bit larger. That's a lot of workers to Old Town. Wait, are you loading workers at the university area? I guess that's fine. Yeah, just being taken for a bus ride. Snow is gone. Let's see if the waste situation fixes itself or I have to make another change. They are empty weight 8 tons. Our waste trucks. Empty weight 11 tons. And these ones are 13 tons. Let's see what buses we have going up to the iron mine. There might be a way. There was a bus here just now. 12 tons, so doesn't work. Those buses are slightly heavier, unfortunately. I would need to use smaller buses then, I guess. And then I could probably use a weight restriction, although I don't know if the technical officers abide by that. They probably do. But the issue has been resolved for now, a little bit. Once this one empties out, we're probably upgrading this road to asphalt, at least the service road up the mountain. There's going to be a lot of waste being delivered here. High priority, and that one has already been built, or demolished rather. Get our first heating pipe set up. And the second one will have to go over here, closer to our residential area. And then we should be at our heat capacity with no more tricks. Yes, we are working on things. Did people already move back in here? Yep, some people still living here. Trying to, at least. Temperature's a little bit low, but they'll get used to it. One way or another. We only had one escape last year, so that is also positive. Would have assumed everyone would have escaped, but I guess they also didn't survive very long. Don't have a lot of prisoners. No cases for our police. I assume they're all being moved into the prison that does actually have workers, so that is nice. Groundworks for the heating plant is done. Temperature would be enough now to move some people back in, but it could still drop. And we don't have a working heating plant yet, plus another heating pipe still needs to be demolished and set up again. Let's redo the heating pipe. I will set up this one first. There's a lot of waste still left here. What are our demolition officers doing? I bet they're stuck at... No? I thought they were stuck at the customs house. They are all moving. Oh, they're going to the other customs house, right. I did set them up to go to this one instead. I guess this is also a pretty good time to just upgrade the road while we don't have any people in here. Yeah, that was the plan. The plan was to have fewer people in this area so we could upgrade the road. Yes, that's exactly what we wanted to do. I don't know. I don't really feel like upgrading the road right now. Make sure I guess the buildings probably unassigned themselves from the bus stop when everyone inside died, so... Unable to get food. Well, if you would work in the appropriate buildings, then it would probably be fine. I don't know where people are working right now anyway. Someone is working in the party hall. Hall of party officials. Party hall is probably the wrong name for it. It has a different connotation. Okay, so we'll just have to wait for the waste trucks to... well, the demolition to actually finish this demolition. Apparently we can't use a crane for this for some reason. That's crazy. A fire. Are you kidding me? Well, I did say that I was concerned about a potential fire. I did forget about that this probably also needed workers. Well, I guess we're gonna get a new fire truck. The bus bringing workers to the area. Well, if we don't have a fire truck here, then the fire truck from the our industrial area will have to handle that for the time being. And it does have enough workers. Demolition sound is so loud. So we lost a fire truck, which is fine. We'll repurchase one once we have people living back there again. For the time being, we will just relocate every vehicle out of this area. Should probably also relocate the ambulances, otherwise they might pick up people from Hellas that have medical emergencies, bring them here and leave them to die. Only one vehicle lost. Material damage. It's fine. Okay, so far away heating with a small heating plant, not that great. That might mean that my heating plants over here are also very, very inefficient. I thought with the heat pumping stations it would work fine, but we're losing a lot of efficiency. We'll try and make it work anyway. We can plan differently again in the future. Heating plant 600 meters away might still be the best choice. But we are going to develop towards the heating plants. So maybe we can at some point have another heating plant over here. Or up in the iron mine area, with workers coming from this bus stop. That supplies heating to our existing heat exchangers. And is more efficient. Our game just crashed. We will restart the game. A crash in 2 3/4 of an hour. No crash in the 4 hours before that. We lost. Last autosave was 1 minute ago, so we didn't lose much at all. I don't think I did anything in that minute except stroll around and talk about what I considered maybe doing. Yeah, we were here and then scrolling back to the iron mine. That one can have low priority. That heating pipe is... it might be getting in the way a bit. But we need to finish the other one first. Why can't we use an excavator for these? Probably because it's not fully connected anymore. That means the demolition is going to take a while. I thought we could finish in March, but it's going to be later than that. Also, the brick deliveries are slowing down a bit, it looks like. Maybe they should also pick up from this customs house instead of Baraslav. Although there's not that much traffic here. Let me take a quick look at the waste situation in Hellas, just to make sure it's sorting itself out over time. Yes, it is emptying out again. Preventing the technical office from down here to go to the mine and telling this one to always unload into the iron mine area anyway did resolve our issues. I will make another change. I will relocate the large waste trucks into this technical office and the small trucks down there. So the small trucks do not unload into the iron mine area. That's a little bit too far away. That is the wrong building. Did I move one of the vehicles to the... no. Thought I moved it here. Is it heading here now? It is not. Small garbage truck. That technical office, please. There's... oh yeah, there's 4 waste trucks in here now. Good. And I guess we will make a little bit of room by relocating water and sewage over here too. And that way I can separate out where the small trucks go and where the large trucks go. Because the small trucks have to drive around in town way more. And since we don't have a large truck in here anymore, it's not going to pick up from the large garbage container next to the iron mine, so I can put it back to 3 kilometers if I want to. So it can deal with the waste being generated in this area, otherwise these are not going to get emptied out. And this one unloads directly at the iron mine, but it only has large garbage trucks, so it kinda acts like a distribution office in a way. I will however keep it at 2 kilometers. Krasna unfinished heating pipeline from Hellas University Demolition Office. Sure. Yep, that demolition is going to take a while. No one may move in here, so wait until everything has been set up correctly. People who are already in there are sure, whatever. You picked your poison. Okay. These things happen. In the meantime, this area has been built up. We will get a bus route set up to bring workers to the fire station. It'll be microbuses, we have a few of those. We'll pick them up from over here. Any educated worker going into the fire station. We'll have 3 of them. And we'll route them through the end station on the way back, I guess. Although that's gonna be... yeah, sure. Should be okay. And then we'll need to get a fire truck. And that will hopefully protect our local investments. We'll have to restrict the amount of resources stored in our warehouses. 50% food, clothing, chemicals. I mean, even repair station materials could be picked up from here, but I don't want them in those warehouses, I don't think. I think I want to just have citizen goods here. Electronics are missing. Yeah. Then we'll have to move our own clothing to this area from our clothing factory. And redo our routes, picking up resources from the warehouse instead of the clothing factory. Alright, we will build one of the heating pipes already. Might as well. Put that up to high priority, finish the construction if possible. Hellas heat exchanger is also important, but we had enough heating last year. Didn't really have any warnings. It was just like a preparation for some slight further expansion. This one will hold our materials, construction materials. It doesn't really need boards, but this is, I guess, also a pickup location for everything, so no, maybe not. We have a dedicated storage for boards. We don't need that. If we put boards on the rail network, then yes, we will also have boards here as a pickup point. No, boards will be their own pickup point. They are already on the rail network. What am I talking about? They were the first thing I hooked up to the rail network. We're exporting them right now. We need a train that comes in here and moves them into a storage. And then from that storage we need to balance the priority on exporting or using for construction. For the time being, boards are handled by road infrastructure. The volume is not that high. I guess we did a little bit of rail construction, but yeah, we don't have any workers for that right now. I could move over our buses to pick up from Hellas also. No, we'll leave that. We'll sort this area out before we continue rail construction. Put that at high priority too. Hellas Old Town, missing electronics. Well, there was an electronics delivery here just now, but did someone pick those up? What are you? Hellas, citizen goods, and I think that's the hill area. Hills, yeah. Krasna, electronics, sure. No one else but local consumption for electronics, so I guess we were running dry a little bit. And keeping up with the imports. Probably because it was waiting way too long for the clothing production, which was slowing down when everyone died. Now that we're bringing people back over and the clothing factory is running, the truck can actually get loaded. I wonder how many workers we have in this area now. Seems like it's pretty low. Where are our buses? 10 workers. That fire station might not do much if a fire breaks out here. We probably have to move people in right now. Okay, that's a lot more workers. We could move people in right now, and that's still too cold. End of April, we'll move people in. Yeah, that heating pipe will happen a little bit later. Let's not forget about it until winter. Not a lot of workers here. Left-hand turn into the bus stop is a terrible thing. We could give it priority exit, but that could slow down the roundabout. Could have other side effects. Right now there's not too much traffic. A little bit of steel, a little bit of mechanical components, both of them heading here right now. Then we'll have our heating plant, which will be able to supply heating to mostly everything, except our secret police. And we will use heat exchangers instead, for reasons, because we don't really need them except for the secret police. This one is basically not really necessary, but I will still use it, since I have it. I wonder if it loses efficiency through that. It might. All resources are present, so the heating plant can come up soon. At that point we can relocate the coal from this heating plant, set up the route to go to the customs house again, have workers in the heating plant. And yeah, once the first coal delivery arrives at the heating plant, we can move people back in, even if the temperature would be low. I think I'm just gonna hire migrants. That's 100,000-ish per 10 migrants, that's a lot. Inflation has struck quite a bit. We might just relocate 2 brick buildings from Hellas Old Town and hope we don't break anything. But let's wait for the heating plant to finish construction and some coal to arrive, just in case there's another cold snap. Relocating 2 of these houses should not cause too much uproar. And once everything is settled back in, we can just allow people to move back into this area. And they will have reduced responsibilities, I guess. We will have a shared bus route from Hellas Old Town through Korasna for the heating plant logging area. Although then we don't have enough buses, I guess. Maybe we can put these two buses on the same bus route. And then have a bus route to carry whatever. But it doesn't really work with the students, so I guess we can't really do that. Some people trying to live here again, slowly getting settled in. I guess we'll relocate people right now. Enjoy your new home. Might relocate 3 houses, we'll see. Let's start with 2 for now. These houses lost their assignment to the bus stop, unless I already changed that before they all died off. Our truck will load coal from here. Wait until loaded. We will change the route instead. My mistake. Custom lines, empty. Korasna coal. We will change the route. Pick up coal from this heating plant and dump it over here for now. First heating pipe is already set up. Second heating pipe has been demolished. So as soon as we have people working here, we will have heat again. And hopefully this time sufficient enough heating. I really need to get over my... Well, the electronics run that I did where I didn't allow myself to import any electronics really has jaded me in regards to how violently people react to pollution. Because they didn't have any electronics, so they were like, what? No electronics? And there's a little bit of a few small particles in the air. I never. 60%, 36 years are gonna get replaced soon. I smell dirt. Riot, indeed. That's basically what it was. You brought all of these workers to the university and no one walked over here. Oh, that was students, never mind. We're running into a few issues in regards to our worker situation. We will unload any worker at Hellas University locally, and then those that you can't unload, you will unload as a transfer. So unload anyone into local worker places and unload the rest as a transfer for other people to pick up. This should hopefully give us enough workers in the university and in the radio station over time. Well, there's a few walking through the fountain area, which is nice. That wasn't as many as I was hoping, but things are still getting settled in, I guess. Lots and lots of students are also. Right now we should focus on Korasna, I guess. Hellas Old Town still complaining about electronics. I think that is related due to the clothing situation that I explained, where our clothing production was basically not running. We're waiting to load clothing at the clothing factory, and production is a little bit slow. also need to rebuild our pub. Heating pipe has priority though. This demolition task is low priority, we'll put it up to... well, it can stay low. It is not urgent at all. It is also disconnected from everything, so I don't know if they can still get to it. Supposedly they still can. Oh right, because this one hasn't finished demolition yet. We will suspend the demolition until you finish the heating pipe, otherwise it's gonna have no connection to anything. We will finish the demolition of the building last. Does anyone want to work in the heating plant maybe? Temperatures are 16 degrees. Start the heating, start the shopping, and send anyone else to the bus stop. Please get this area back up and running. I think we will also allow people to move back into this area. And the bus route, it's 400 seconds with 4 buses. I guess the other thing I need to do is get our fire truck back. These are still very cheap. And our small fire truck will be relocated back to where it was. Let's relocate more people over. We still have an insufficient number to stabilize this area. More people are necessary, unless I don't want to and have to do micromanagement. End station still on fixed time? Yes, it is. We'll put it back to variable timing to make sure the line spacing is actually correct. Passengers can go over to Hellas Old Town to deal with some service issues that might occur. And I do have to set up our buses for correct replacements, like the KSM-11 should probably just be replaced by Mars 305 buses. I think these buses are fairly nice. I will use them instead of the Bendy buses. We will use the SG-109 to these ones as our Bendy bus of choice. Focus on the heating plant. How useful. Lots and lots of pollution being spewed out. But at least the heat exchangers are now at full capacity. I believe the area will be stable. I have no guarantee for it. But the close heating plant is probably the correct decision. Okay, there's a little bit of coal left, but the road can basically now pick up from the customs house instead of the heating plant. And this one will just be demolished again. Is my music over? I think my music stopped. Yes, it did. Okay. A little bit of an electronics shortage should not be a problem. I did learn that people can sustain themselves quite a long time without any electronics, but it does make things way more difficult. Alright, You go anywhere again. Let's see if we have enough workers in our shopping buildings without micromanaging things. I believe everyone is probably going to go to the party HQ and leave shopping without staff. So it's probably not going to work out. Because highly educated workers are a little bit particular with where they want to work. Right, let's not do that. Shopping, heating. School. Kindergarten. Bus stop. That are your tasks. Don't give me a warning when the production stops, I don't care. When winter starts, we will have to check again if the heat water tanks are sufficiently heated. If not, at that point we will probably have to replace the small heating plant with a large heating plant and just get a large heat pumping station and split up between all the different heat exchangers. Rebuilding our heat exchanger over here at that point again. The amount of workers in the iron mine is quite low because we're dropping a lot of workers into our university/radio station. But right now we have to deal with education a bit. I guess we're still getting people. Do we have an inner city bus? That one is empty. We're going here first, then Old Town, then unloading anyone. Students and passengers. Yeah, transfer, unload. Is that correct? This is Hills. I guess this one should probably also unload locally first and then Hellas Old Town bus stop unload. Oh no, this is not correct. This needs to change. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna unload at the Old Town bus platform anymore. Oh no, this is fine. This only unloads the workers that actually find work locally. No, this is correct. But we do need to add a unload command for anyone to find work locally, and then those that can't find work locally will basically be available for pickup for the iron mine. Didn't find anyone for the iron mine, going back to the end station. The iron mine might deserve its own end station at some point. I also would like to upgrade these roads. They will have to travel up the hill from the other side for the time being, I think. The road upgrade should not take too long. Karasna happiness is low. Seems okay to me. One is 46. Get it sorted. I wonder if our truck carrying alcohol to Karasna is stuck somewhere. Since we don't have a distribution office, it might just be... I don't think it burned down. It's stuck at the Old Town warehouse, I guess. Taking up a slot here and not doing anything. So we'll have to add the hub once it gets built again. Thankfully we didn't lose it. Wasn't that much of an investment though. It's a very small truck. Water looks okay. Yeah, that's the downside of a distribution office, of not having distribution offices, I guess. When something goes wrong and something burns down, all the vehicles do weird stuff. Like taking up a parking spot in a warehouse that, if you have more than one route, could cause other issues. Oh, when it gets rebuilt after burning down, it does have the full setting of workers by default. Not the 5 workers without construction office. That's okay. Shopping centers are staffed, school is staffed, and kindergarten should be staffed. Yep. Those are the important facilities. The rest they can figure out themselves, I think. Thankfully, the Iron Mine does use a dedicated end station, so it doesn't clog up the end station inside the town. There's already plenty of buses in that one. And I guess our food vehicles running through this too. They need repairs, they get repairs from this. Lots and lots of vehicles needing repairs right now. So, we're going to improve happiness with our radio station for now. I wish we could prevent the loyalty degrees, but we don't have another research point. Yeah, I would like to not have that actually. Can we... I don't think we can set it in a way where... Oh, we can. If we don't do culture enjoyment, then the loyalty doesn't go down. And we still get some... Well, it still goes down quite a bit. I wonder if this one does education without a university. I need to check. Now that we have that, let's see what someone during free time does. For example, here. Free time. During free time, once all of the demands are met, you're trying to get something else. But they're currently at 1.97 and they are during free time. They're getting an attraction need met, then they go back to their house, and presumably they will finish education if they do actually get education during that. 1.97. Listening to the radio? Yeah, listening to the radio. Did not increase education. It might take a while, it might take a few days, but I believe this will help our general education of our population so they don't have to study as much. Since we have a lot of people in Hall of Residences. Might be a good idea. How can I deal with loyalty? So increasing that one decreases loyalty. Propaganda would increase loyalty, but we don't have that. Preference for alcohol trades alcohol for religion sympathy. Anti-religious propaganda creates unhappiness. So the only thing that decreases loyalty is culture enjoyment. We will get education and sports enjoyment. I'll try that. It lowers the loyalty a little bit. I don't know. I want to get rid of the happiness low warnings. And move towards the next research point. We have to grow our population back to acceptable levels. That heat exchanger and that one are now fully connected. Heating capacity is at 184%. We have 2 heat exchangers connected. Should be enough. And the heating plant is so close that it can provide heating to all of the buildings directly anyway. Coal storage is still low, but the truck is trying to keep up. I hope it can. We did sell our other one. I might replace that one with a larger vehicle that can travel faster. We have 2 trucks left. Rail construction office transporting gravel. Replace that one. That one's now heading to the scrapyard. I hope the radio station doesn't have a range. I hope it's like nationwide. It says 99%. And we have to replace the other dump truck once the current one... Once the current one is not at the top of the list anymore. Yep, loyalty might take a nosedive now. Getting the radio station without propaganda might not be the best of choices. I wonder if we're going to see a decrease in population because of that. I thought dealing with happiness might be the right decision, but... I don't know, maybe giving them a lot of culture enjoyment will actually backfire. We'll see. We are now at very low amounts of electronics. Our truck is still waiting for clothing before... Oh, it's waiting to unload all electronics. Wait. I'm confused. Where are you? Oh, you're on that one. You're the wrong truck. I need the Hellas... I need the one at the road cargo station, not the one at the warehouse. This one. Yep, that one is waiting on clothing. We need the clothing also for the prison, but not really that much. Just bring some electronics here right now, while we get the clothing factory slowly back up and running. We also will probably stop the exports of clothing for now, to make sure that all of it goes to our domestic production. So you can end your route in this depot after the next export. Krasna Rail Yard. That is from... yeah, that one is fine. That's from the logging area, the fire station. Okay, so we'll have to wait for our population to recover. Or relocate more houses over here. I think Hellas might be recovering its population a little bit faster. But once all of the houses are filled, then more people are gonna move over. So, just have to wait for these ones to fill back up. And these ones which emptied out for some reason. I'm not sure why. No idea. Might be heating related. Probably is. Our heat exchanger is ready. Heating pipes are set up. New heat pumping station is full on capacity. The heat pumping station is only connected to one heating plant, so if that one has issues, then the whole heat pumping station will stop. But that's okay. If we get a third heating plant, then we can hook it up here and share some responsibilities again. This should finish construction before winter. We have a few months left, and all we need is workers. We should tell our construction officers to pick up workers from this bus stop, because Old Town, well, I guess they're building something else right now. We do have some maintenance that needs to be done, and there's still some footpaths. to be constructed. How's our road construction? Progress has been made. We're now on the construction of the last bridge, and then our road here will be connected. We will put these to low priority so they stop sending workers here, and we'll wait for all the concrete to arrive first. We can remove this name tag because there's no more building here. For this one we will have to wait for the bridges to finish. Rail construction wise, we haven't made any progress because no one is going to the bus stop into the rail construction vehicle. Sport, culture, food, meat. I will get some migrants that have regular education. It will be costly. It will be $1 million to get migrants. To get 100 migrants would be $1 million. Since our school is running, I guess we could get some third world migrants instead, which are still relatively cheap. Yeah, 40,000. We'll start this area back up with some fresh migrants and see if we can't get it back up and running. I do wonder if we can turn this one off though. Like, I don't know if we need the university anymore. I guess we do. It's probably better to have a university here than running bus routes. But I would like to reduce the amount a little bit. Not too much maintenance, only the end station and the hall of residence. Only needs a few workers. Resources are already present. We will have to turn on the exports to the eastern border again soon, because otherwise we're not gonna earn much money anyway. I guess we're earning a little bit from the oil, but yeah. Did the oil price change again? It's still nothing, basically. Board prices. What's going on? Board prices are up to 250 US dollars. Another logging area would be appreciated. Okay, need a roller, and then once that has been delivered, we can schedule the upgrade of the last 2 road sections here and then do these ones next. Just have to wait for the roller to get here to trigger that. Maybe we're putting too many workers in here. That's a lot of students. There's the roller. I guess we can do all of these. And this one. And this one, I guess. Traffic signs and all of that getting in the way. The waste is looking fine now. We removed most of it. Do we have maybe more loyal citizens that could run the radio station? Like, if I were to able to set that to 36%, that would exclude most people. Just the very most loyal citizens would be able to run as a moderator. I don't think we will have many of those. But maybe we can increase it a little bit. Got to go soon, might be back in about 30 minutes if you're still on. See you. Have a good day. I'm probably on for another half hour. At the least, maybe 1.5 hours. It is a long weekend, so might go a little bit longer into the night today. We have to recover Kurasna, so anyway, have a good day for you. Without the clothing export, okay, we are going to remove you from this. Without the clothing export, we should be producing enough clothing for our domestic consumption a little bit more easily. I would like to move the bus route that brings workers to the logging area back to only Kurasna without adding extra vehicles. Our iron mine is also not working as productively anymore. Yeah, the radio station really will need the loyalty, otherwise... I don't know. Unable to get clothing? That one's probably from Kurasna, when the shopping wasn't set up correctly. As soon as our construction and demolition tasks are done, more workers will be freed up to do anything else. There are still quite a few construction tasks ahead, but it's mainly maintenance and footpaths. So actually not that many. Manageable. You are waiting on clothing again to bring more electronics over. Shouldn't take too long, but we're almost out, so... Also, we don't have enough sellers here anymore. It looks like we're getting close to capacity. Some people have very low loyalty. Maybe that was just a wave of like people coming from Kurasna to shop in this area instead of locally. Could also be. Yeah, iron mine is like mostly standing still now until we get our worker capacity back up. Moving out 450 people plus from Hellas Old Town has reduced our amount of workers a little bit. And then adding the extra work slots in here, now with 36% loyalty. The loyalty reduction is very low now. If we could get up to 37%, it might be 0, and then we might be on the upswing. But yeah, 37 is probably... Maybe we know we need more people. Maybe this is actually... Maybe we can turn it around without the loyalty... Without the Soviet propaganda, just with the... Just this way. I think it's just because the amount of moderators is going down. We need to boost loyalty in our education. 35% loyalty here too. I can't go down to 36, that would be way too few. And hope that some people just go and become really loyal towards the Republic so that we can get up to 37, 38, which I don't know if we can set that in the radio station, but I really want to. I think we need to get up to 38, 39, and then we might actually turn positive with the loyalty gain. Our school over here also needs that setting. We need to move our people up. It's just a tiny bit of loyalty loss. We might be able to turn it around. Maybe we don't need the propaganda. Maybe we can find a radio program that does actually benefit our citizens. and it'll start going up without that research. That would be a nice thing. Over here we have one vehicle blocking. Yaroslav Customs House. Dump truck. At least it's not blocking, but where is it coming from? It's a dump truck. Isn't that the replacement vehicle for the other vehicle that I sent to the scrapyard? The one that was doing gravel in this area, I think. We don't have the gravel truck assigned here anymore, I guess. That one... yeah, that one is stuck in the customs house. So I bought a replacement vehicle and it's just getting stuck. Don't know if we can rescue that one. Seems like the answer to that might be no. But maybe it'll fix itself once all of the vehicles have left. So it still says it's working for the large customs house. I guess I'll just sell it. Do we have the better dump trucks on the western side now? Yes, we do. Slightly slower, more carrying capacity. We'll get that one instead then. I don't know what it was at that customs house anyway. It was a... oh, was it because it was the first stop in a route, so the other vehicle moved to the first stop too, but because it is a customs house it bugged out? That could cause a lot of issues in the future of this run, if that is actually the case. I might have to test that. Okay, the game just autosaved. I thought it was crashing again. Custom line, we need the RCO. Gravel. Not fuel. Boards, bricks, fuel, prefab, steel. I guess it might not be on the custom line. It is a custom line though. Well, we have gravel for the rail construction office again. No workers yet. Well, we're still growing our population. Other things are more important. Lumber exports, for example. Getting ridiculous. A little bit of a fire here. And productivity down, but we still have enough sellers. Oh, there's one with 37. Maybe we can slowly sneak up the government loyalty this way and get rid of the loyalty penalty. Loyalty penalty is probably dealt with through monuments, and maybe overall it will still climb up. We'll see. Still not sure why these buildings emptied out. Maybe they had nothing to do and I missed it. Making changes to an existing system is quite interesting. Like, I feel like I'm slowly losing track again of everything. Especially with the lines, it's getting quite complicated. Coal supply to the heating plant are sufficient. Coal supplies are sufficient. Our iron trains are just piling up here. Almost no production. Just some prisoners. There are some prisoners in this prison, but there's no one working here. We'll send people to the prison to work. And then another building that could be important, I don't know. This one, I guess, and the sports facility. So we'll have some workers on the bus stop. If no one picks them up for anything else, like our rail construction vehicles, buses going to the rail construction office, they'll be picked up by either construction offices or onto the way to the logging area. Looks like our heating pipe is now set up too. 81 degrees Celsius is quite good. That's the preparation for winter. Let's see if it was enough. I feel like we have way fewer workers here now. Maybe the bus route was just interrupted a little bit. Yeah, should be fine. As long as we're getting at least 15 workers, we should be okay. We are still picking up from Old Town. The heating bus route is still picking up from this location, fighting against the other buses. Happiness should be going up. We have a radio. Do you not have a radio? Everyone has a radio in here. Your happiness should be going up. Loyalty is good. What the... There were people with like 1 or 2% happiness in here. Former prisoners, I guess. Listening to the radio. Hopefully their happiness will go up. Or did they just leave? I think they just left. They listened to the radio and were like, wait, what? I don't agree. We're out. Unemployment due to low education is below 100. So our foreign workers turned migrants are getting the education they need. Slowly joining the workforce. Sir, please explain to us why you like to immigrate into USA. Bad radio, right out of jail. Oh look, the oil price is decreasing. What is our lumber price? It was like 250-ish last time. Boards, I mean, not lumber. 260 now. Yeah, boards are the new, well, 235, 236 sell price, but still very high. I don't know. It feels like oil exports have an effect on lumber prices, board prices. But that could all be speculative and not correct. Back to jail. If we run educations through the radio, that means we need fewer professors if they still get an education quicker. So we need fewer teachers if we can provide it with a radio station. I wonder if someone could get a... I wonder if it boosts the effectiveness of the university, or if it boosts the... or if it gives education while not at university. Probably it boosts effectiveness. I thought maybe it was education during free time, but you still need to go to university to get your degree. Electronics are starting to go back up now that we're not exporting clothing anymore, so that issue should be resolved. I still don't know why this area basically dropped off completely with the population. Maybe it was too much for the inner city bus to bring the students over, and then we had a bunch of uneducated people, but it should have created a warning message. So I don't think that was the reason. Hellas Old Town Bus End Station. Is that what this one? Yeah, that says Old Town. Okay, we're going to share responsibilities a bit. At the university bus stop, after unloading everyone, you're going to load anyone else. Sorry, not that stop. Sorry for relocating you into your own bus route. Hellas Hills, Old Town, Inner City. There you go. Change the line. After unloading anyone as a transfer, you load anyone who could potentially require an education or entertainment and bring them into Old Town. And then you go to the end station. So another bus stop route basically. Because you're going to go through here anyway, might as well. And I'm going to get some migrants here too. Let's see if our buses can handle that. There's not a lot of workers for the heating. I am concerned, mildly concerned. That is not a lot of workers in the bus. Okay, I guess we're gonna pick up heating workers from the central bus stop too. Risk. Heating. That was the wrong button. And then we have to make sure that all the workers over here go down to the other bus stop, the central bus stop, where they probably find too much work right now, so they don't actually start piling up in this area. We'll reduce the amount of workers in our facilities and try to get some of them to pile up on the bus stop to be able to be picked up. I guess we're unloading them and then picking them back up from here. Taking them on a ride through town, which is not ideal. Hellas, University, Old Town, Inner City. From The initial bus stop, do not load anyone that has an education as a worker. Those are for other bus routes, not for you to carry around through town. Should give us more workers towards the heating plant before it starts getting cold. And it also means that we can load our buses full with students for the school. Let's open up the school completely. Yeah, maybe we ran into issues where we had too many students and they all left because they couldn't get an education. That's a lot of workers, that's very good. First find work locally, then unload as a transfer. Did you also unload the students as a transfer, or did I see that incorrectly? No, saw that incorrectly. Okay, that's a good amount of workers again for the heating area. So hopefully we'll be fine. Not sure what the status is on the rail construction office. Looks like it's not running yet, even though we're sending a few workers to the bus stop. Probably still insufficient. The pub has been set up again. We're getting alcohol from our warehouse in Hellas. We need to add the stop again to the route. I don't think any other building that burned down caused any issues. That should give us alcohol. Increasing happiness, decreasing health a little bit. I'll be fine. Lots of unemployment due to low education because of all the migrants that we just got. Well, that was intentional. They can go through our school system. How many people do we have that are actually 37% loyalty? We have a few of them. But not enough yet, I think. We'll stick at 36 until I feel like we can maybe switch over to the next level. Let me try and set up a 37 here. So we go up to 47, then yeah, will be possible. With a little bit of fiddling around, we can basically set any value we want in this. 36 for now. We should also have a monument covering the radio station. This might need a Soviet Star monument just because it's too large to get to the center of the building. Actually, I don't know, maybe a Lenin monument would still reach. But I guess a Soviet Star wouldn't be the worst, especially since this is like a main road into the area. Don't really need any pretty footpath here, it's just for servicing and construction. I mean, the amount of 36 loyalty citizens is going up quite nicely. Maybe I should try 37. Might be a futile effort though. I think our mine might be back up to running too, since we're bringing a lot of workers here. I guess I am incorrect. At least our road is set up. Got an asphalt road all the way up here now. The last section can stay regular. Yeah, it's not that many workers yet. I guess the university and the radio station are swallowing most of our workers right now. Low loyalty, 26%. Does it really want me to build another monument in the area? I mean, we can, it's fine. It's just... I'll drop one. Maybe monuments work differently than they show that they do. Can remove this road now, since construction is done. And I guess we could try and add a monument here and see if it reaches. I feel like it will be not enough. I would have to build it over here to be as close to the center as possible. But then again, it's probably a square than a circle radius. This is gonna demolish my trees. We'll build that instead. If it doesn't reach, then it will reach the residential buildings in the area, I guess. As soon as we built the radio station, it feels like things are going not as good anymore. Not as well. Hellas warehouses, fire station, not getting any workers. I'll try again. Fire station over here is quite important. Let's reduce the amount of sellers here to a lower number until we have more people living in the area. Right now we don't need that many. Still have to set up a residential area and figure out a way for them to get down here. It's probably going to be another footpath. Climbing across. No. That does not look like I want to use that. Well, I guess, what if we had it go up to this side and then over? stepped. Does that work elevation-wise, or does it also look a little bit silly? We also have the option to build a tunnel instead of bridges. That looks better. I'm going to use a tunnel instead. We have it right against the mountain, so might as well just use a tunnel. It's too close to the road. Have to move it a little bit. I guess we could also alternatively just get some escalators, which would be more convenient. Or even lower than what it's supposed to be. Let's try the non-escalator version, aka stairs, for the subway. How low are those? Also lower. Yeah. So the road is in the way. I could use an escalator and bypass the whole issue. Let me try one more thing before I use escalators. Moving it closer to this side where the road is a little bit higher. Here. I think that'll do. We can maybe raise it up a little bit. But in general, I think this is a footpath connection that I would like to have in this area. And then we can think about having residential buildings up here. And as long as they can reach the bus stop, they should work just like these. With maybe the downside that they might not be able to get to the hospital unless we give them a footpath along here. They only have access to heating from here, and it's relatively... it's a sparsely used heat exchanger. We should not run into issues. Famous last words. So what's your walking distance from this? Can reach the hospital, police station, fire station. Can reach the bus stop. Seems to be okay. All we would need is to provide electricity, water, and sewage handling to your area. And then you'd be pretty much set up. Water. I wanted to use pumps for the area down here to provide pressurized water rather than the passive water from the water tower. So we will have a large water pump that will distribute it among this area from the water purification plant directly. So this output here will distribute it towards our town area in this location. And then sewage will be its own sewage pipe that we have to hook up. I don't know if the sewage outflow has a capacity limit, but I guess we're going to find that one out. Let's wait with the last water pipe until we have the sewage set up. There will be a connection switch for all of the sewage in this area. Welcome back. Let's try and build it. I guess it doesn't let me turn it. Build it here then, I guess. I guess this one was fine. Set that up. Manhole covers on the highway. Probably a terrible idea. Why is this so much off-center? It's just the elevation playing a trick on my eyes. I guess. Yeah, sure. And that one we will have to change. Building in the way. Building in the way. Okay, get that sewage piping set up. I guess the university is providing sewage into this pipe then. Don't know what the sewage flow rate is. It's already quite high. But that's okay. We're gonna put the other residential buildings into their own sewage connection to alleviate the problems a little bit. So we have reduced the amount of happiness warnings a little bit. The citizens over here should all be able to listen to the radio if they have enough free time. Let's see what their happiness is like after. They're currently at 46. Still waiting for the free time to start. And building maintenance is happening here too. Free time, getting food. Well, first visiting the doctor maybe? No, first time getting food. 58% health is quite low. Medical checkup. 58%, very good. 46% happiness. 47%. Well, hopefully it keeps on improving. Once the sewage has been hooked up, we can hook up the water. I still need to get a sewage substation for this, I think. Just to have the option of having both connections I guess it should be fine. I would like to relocate this to this sewage switch, but that would be a catastrophe because it would just... We would need to shut down the university and the radio station for that to work. Lots of low loyalty warnings. We probably can't get around to doing the next research as just propaganda, just to start increasing our loyalty. The radio station by itself, if it does lower loyalty, seems to be insufficient. I'm still hoping for that. Let's see. Let's try 37. Let's see if we can maybe use that little bit, like those few people that we have that are 37% loyalty, to maybe run a successful radio station that does not lower loyalty anymore. It might be a different amount. It might be 40%, where it actually flips over. Like, if the loyalty decrease is higher than the happiness gain, it might not be enough. But we'll see. It's way too much staff in here now. Let's try with a low amount. Or does the staff actually help, even with very few moderators? Does a high amount of staff actually have a benefit to boost the effectiveness of the few actors that we do have? Unemployment is down to very low, 120. No workplace. No workplace is quite high. The research probably has to happen. Okay, now we don't know the loyalty of some of the workers here, which is maybe even less ideal. So let's move it back up to 35 and set it to like half the building capacity, which is an extra 20 workers to what we had right now. Some of the staff basically moving into the moderator slots. Then we need to start the iron mine up again. I guess it is running fine. Iron mine is maybe less important right now than the lumber. 40,000 US dollars for a half full, third full train. Jesus. Get that monument set up. Let's check the crime in Carlotta and then Kripyusk. It's fine. I have to check the crime statistics after. Seems to be okay. This year, court did not issue verdict. Alrighty then. Where is our court? There. It's catching up again, so basically when Korazna died, we didn't have anyone to deal with the crime happening, but it is on track again. Might be worth it relocating that into a settlement that is a little bit more stable. Now that our temperatures have dropped down below 0, let's check the heat water tanks. I think that is greatly improved. Yeah, I think we'll be fine now. How's our rail construction going? Probably very, very slowly, if at all. But it is working. We should have 3 assignments. 2 for the bridge going towards Hellas and 1 for the rail line going to our scrapyard. Let's check the heat water tank here. I would say that that is more than sufficient. And this also tells me that distance matters quite a bit. So the heating plants here are too far away to be worth it. So we'll have to, in my opinion, we'll have to develop the town towards this direction to increase the efficiency of the heating plants. I don't want to relocate them. I think the place over there is fine. Building towards this area is probably a mistake, but we can still make use of this heat exchanger. And I do need more housing. With big heating plant, the distance should be more than good enough. It's close. We did have, when we didn't have this heat exchanger, which has a direct route, it was struggling. Do you know if using a heat pumping station to move 2 heating pipes through it works fine, or is there like a drop in heating? Because we have 1, 2, I think 4 heat exchangers now. 1, 2, 3, 4. And basically we have 2 heat exchangers connected to 2 heat pumping stations. Never had a problem. I always use the 101 pump. Okay, well I'm using 2 to 2. And it seems to be okay-ish. 1 in, 1 out. Yeah, I'm using 2 in, 2 out. I'm sharing them. Basically each heating plant goes into each heat pumping station. So 1 heating plant here, the other heating plant in here. And then they share the responsibility of the area. My thought process is to set up a little bit of a redundancy if there's an issue with one of the heating plants. But if the heat pumping station catches fire, then, well, both of them are not going to work. I started doing that at some point. And it seems to be working okay, but yeah, some of these houses are struggling quite a bit. This one is connected directly, and this one is sharing, and they have the same temperature. So this one has a 1-to-1 connection here, and this one has a sharing connection with the red pipe going in here. So it seems like a 2-to-2 connection does work. Doesn't seem like there's any decrease in efficiency. It's just the volume that we're pumping over here that is insufficient. Are we losing population again? This year... Nope, still seems to be going up. Still haven't reached our point again where we actually unlock the research point, so we still have a lot of free flats. Even though we got a lot of migrants. Looks like the small heating plant suffers a lot from distance, unfortunately. It's also at capacity right now, but it is dealing with all of the heating demands, so there won't be more pollution than it is outputting right now. And the health drop is probably still okay. Maybe we can invest into a research that lowers pollution a bit to help it. So people over here are complaining about sport, sickness, culture. Are our inner city buses not enough for you? Karazna, that's the iron mine. Inner city buses are the black ones, the grey ones. So, some passengers, 1 student for the school. Do we not have sufficient number of buses for this? 400 seconds. We have 6 buses. It is enough for 300 seconds, so I guess we will add some more SG-192s. I'll go give them 3. It is... oh, what's that bus route now? Old Town... is it? No, it's not this one. It must be one of these. Hellas University Old Town Inner City. It should be that one. But what's the other route? I'm gonna slow down the game. Train. Sure. What is the unnamed route? Oh, that's our Hellas Workers Fire Station. I guess I could name it Firefighters instead of Workers. Hellas Firefighters to our what is it called? Warehouse area, right? Yeah, warehouses. Warehouse area. That looks good. Should keep the area safe. Maybe a little bit overkill with the amount of workers. But this will hold a lot of investment for the town and basically be a node for accessing resources. So in the future this will have to be covered quite extensively. But if we have that many firefighters, we might also have more workers in the mine again. What are we importing from the Soviet border? Oh, okay, yeah, sure. Everything from Kolata, I guess. That makes sense. I guess we have a difficult time turning around. And I guess this is a quicker way to turn around than driving through this way. Up this ramp, down this ramp. I do need to leave this here, otherwise these vehicles can't really go back into town. Or hook this road up into here instead. But that will lead to other issues, because if they want to go... Actually, it wouldn't be that dangerous. I don't know. I'll leave it. It's fine. Hellas heating plant stopping production. No workers. That's 25 workers, that's something, but that's concerning. No workers for the heating plant again. We need to set up our mine route to leave at least 10% workers here, if not even 20. So when we load everyone, when everyone is loaded, we basically need to unload 10% again. So we'll make sure to unload 10% workers as a transfer stop to make sure we have some workers here that the mine buses do not pick up. Okay, that's a good amount. Maybe it was just a temporary issue, but I mean, having a temporary issue with a heating plant turns into a problem quite quickly. I wonder if I could just have a tunnel to the fire station over there, so I only need one route, because that would be way more efficient. I don't know. Seems like it would be possible. Because if I only need to supply workers to one area, then it will be better. Ah, cool. They don't show the connections anymore when you're not in underground mode. Have the tunnel as short as necessary, because I think the tunnel doesn't have an increased walking distance. I'm not sure. It can't quite get there. Maybe if we use lamps, it'll work. It has 376 meters plus 63 meters. Maybe I just need to have the tunnel a little bit more diagonal instead. More direct. It would at some point interfere with the sewage disposal. But I guess these substations are easier to replace if we can set up the pedestrian path to consolidate everything into one stop. That would be the best. That would be enough no, it wouldn't. But maybe with street lamps. I think the limit of the underground path is still... yeah. Still wouldn't be enough. At least it doesn't show as being enough. Unfortunate. I mean, we could relocate the fire station and build it slightly closer towards this area. That would also not be too difficult. And probably a worthwhile investment. Just relocating the fire station over here instead. Or even here. That might be the change that we need. there a shortcut to mark a building and copy it to make a new? There is a tool here that is called Pick Building Infrastructure, where you can click it and select it. And then what you could do is you can use the shortcut menu, which is selected by the arrows, and then assign it to a number key. So for example, you can put it in the 6th slot, I have it on the 4th slot. And then if I press the 4 key, if I press the... Oh, the numbers are the wrong one. The 5 key it is for me. If I press the 5 key, then I access the tool. So I press 5, select the building that I want, and I can place a copy of it. I use the 1 to 9, but I don't know about the pickup tool. Yeah, the pickup tool is very useful. I also have it for the construction office assignment tool. To access that really quickly, use the tab key to cycle through the actions that you want to do, and the number keys through the construction office assignments. There's a lot of handy things that you can do, all very, very useful. Alright, is that enough? That one is definitely enough. We will relocate our fire station, so we only use one bus route. And we only need to bring workers here, and they can walk over to this fire station, meaning that our dedicated bus route will be obsolete. And we can increase the amount of workers loaded into the other bus route instead. So many loyalty warnings. I feel like the radio station is still decreasing loyalty. But as long as people stay happy, it should be fine, right? We need at least a little bit of propaganda to negate the negative effect. Hopefully we can get there in soon. Let's build these footpaths. Get the sewage station hooked up for now. And I guess the footpath through here, the tunnel. One and 1-2 is for CO for me. Tried it with the rail CO, but can't get that to work. Yeah, the rail construction office can't be assigned to that tool, unfortunately. Ah, we got our first bridge done. Excellent. Maybe not all hope is lost yet. I am wondering if I should shut down the radio station until we can make sure that we can get some loyalty from it. Need a little bit of more workers to make that a thing. Turn it off. Yeah. I'm wondering. It is providing everything else, but the loyalty decrease is probably too much. We didn't get any happiness warnings anymore. So, I mean, maybe the reduced loyalty doesn't really impact happiness that much. It is happening in these areas quite frequently though. We do have a monument in this area now. Loyalty is quite low. Yeah, loyalty is dropping everywhere, it feels like. Something turned that up to 40. Let's shut it down for now. Go work somewhere else. Lots and lots of unemployment. I mean, if we have unemployment, then we might have to open it up again. That is quite a lot of unemployment. Let me check the bus route. From Hills it is. Hellas Hills, Old... you shouldn't go to Old Town, you should... Your university now. You load anyone, workers, students, anyone, from both hill bus stops. And then you unload them at the Old Town bus platform. Then any worker here to find work locally, and then why are you loading? You're bringing. You shouldn't. Yeah, right. You're loading anyone, student-wise or other, to bring them to the Old Town in case they need something. That is fine. Do we have enough buses on that route? 600 seconds. We do not have enough buses on that route at all. We need like 10 buses. I'm gonna try with 8. Maybe that's the reason for low loyalty in the area, that they didn't really get employment. Alright, some of them are now able to leave the customs house. Hellas Hills University, there we go. And a few more. Now we have 8 buses for 600 seconds, 10 would be ideal, but that should reduce unemployment a little bit. I mean, we don't have a technical office in the area, so during winter things are quite slow. So a little bit of unemployment during winter is probably okay. Let's check an area that didn't have any unemployment. Happiness was really good, loyalty was really good. I think we should leave it on. I think the area was just like struggling because of the unemployment. The other areas look really good otherwise. I will turn it back on to half and see if that recovers again. So you loaded everyone that you could. Some passengers here that want to pray, which can't. I don't have a attraction building yet, I guess. Except the carousel, which only works during summer. We could put an attraction here. Maybe the Republic Theater. Ah, that's quite large. Maybe the National Uprising Museum instead. Wait, that one has road connections from both sides? I didn't know that. Doesn't really help though. I mean, the museum is always the go-to, but gallery, museum, a small gallery of the art would work. If we can get a road connection, that is. If we move it over here, anyone could still walk to it, so I'll place it, I guess, in this area. Wait. Let's put it here. Should still be accessible by anyone. Well, currently. Let's put it here. And then extend the footpath off the road a little bit. Okay. That's going to be accessible by anyone as well. Let's see if the buses have a positive effect, if people can find employment more reliably. You've been waiting for an hour, so you were lucky to get picked up. I think it was just me not picking up all the people from the area. It's very good that they didn't really leave, but they were like getting unhappy and stuff. So it wasn't the best. We'll give them more employment. We'll give them something else to do. That's a lot of treated patients. I guess, yeah, we only have one clinic here for quite a few people. How's the situation? Sewage piping. Almost done. Just need the sewage tank, so I guess we can start work on the houses. We won't let people move in instantly. And once this one has been completed, we'll finish up the water tank, I guess. Right after. Then we'll develop some housing in this area. They can walk to the shopping center, they can walk to the bus platform right now. Barely. We will have to have another footpath through this. So there needs to be another pedestrian crossing, a pedestrian bridge. No tunnel for this, I don't think. And then we can hook up here. And we can just develop some housing in this area. Kindergarten, maybe some other facilities. We'll slowly increase this, see if they run into any heating capacity issues. And give them some housing in this area. Add to our residential area. If we get to 10,000 citizens, we could pick another research point. Probably what's going to happen is I will set up another logging camp area with another settlement. I'm not sure yet. Is our code house still working? Yes, it is. Okay. Seems like things have stabilized. We still have room for more citizens here. Maybe 300? No, sorry, there's 200 up here, so maybe 400-ish. At the very least. And as the population grows, we're gonna get more workers into our clothing factory. We could start exporting again, if we wanted to. I wonder why it prioritizes this one right now, instead of this one. I wonder if this factory connection has a higher priority, or if this output has just a higher priority. Let's try this instead. Yeah, seems like this has the higher priority as an output. The factory connection direction did not matter. Okay, I think I will set up my domestic warehouse a little bit differently. I will have 2 trucks loading at this warehouse. I guess that would lead to other issues, but I will have 1 truck loading at the warehouse, bringing resources to here. And then maybe I can have 1 loading at the clothing factory for export. And I basically want this one to always be fully stocked. For domestic clothing, I guess. I need 1 truck for that. Because if both of them are connected with factory connections, then the export will have priority at some point, dragging out all of the material over time. You are going to not run exports anymore. You're going to make sure that the domestic warehouse is filled from the clothing factory itself. So you can also pull resources back from the export warehouse if there's something going on with that. Wait until loaded, wait until unloaded. So this is taking care of our domestic clothing storage. And since the factory connection is turned to the left, it basically No one can pull out from here, from this warehouse. Even if we were loading at the clothing factory, it shouldn't be able to draw out resources from it. Then we need another truck to run our exports. I could use this small one, I guess, since we don't have that much. Krasna clothing export. Is it under custom? No. Krasna clothing. Did it remove the route? Don't see a custom line here anymore. Krasna clothing export, there it is. Alright, where's the truck? There it is. When I removed it from the route, it realized that it needed to refuel badly, but... well, you're going to run exports now. Enjoy. The vehicle depot will be removed from the route. It's a small vehicle. If we ever run into the issue where we have enough clothing production to need a larger vehicle, then we'll do that. You will notify me if you stop production. At that point, we realize that we have too much clothing, I guess. Fabric import. Yeah, fabric import and clothing delivery are going to interfere with each other. If we didn't have the vehicle taking clothing into the warehouse, then yeah, the export truck would probably win. But that way we make sure that we always have one vehicle taking the resources directly from the factory, and the export truck will probably not win. I am wondering about the fabric though. I don't want to build another storage to store the fabric in. One of the two trucks should should probably move frequently enough to allow the prison buses to unload. Hopefully. Seems like they're still fighting for material. But yeah, this one can't carry that much, so this one is also still increasing. I think we'll be fine. And once the clothing warehouse is full, the domestic storage truck will basically not stand around here anymore. It's just for the beginning. Hopefully it'll sort itself out fairly soon. Pedestrian tunnel, we also need that one, please. We need our new fire station. It might work in our favor. We'll see. The loyalty decrease is probably countered by the happiness increase. More so. And the monuments will deal with the little bit of loyalty decrease anyway. So overall I think we're going to be in a good position. As long as we deal with the unemployment issues from the hills area, we'll be fine. And the unemployment was significantly reduced. So I believe their happiness and loyalty will start coming back up over time. That is my hope. The secret police might have a too low setting though. Oh no, it's at 30. That is fine. Because some of the buildings were at 30, so I was wondering if we maybe had the setting too low. The iron mine does have a few workers, but not enough. Money is holding stable-ish right now, which is fine. Low loyalty, No unemployment, sport. This is Korasna. Might be some of the citizens that we relocated. Their loyalty should also go up. They do have a lot of monuments around, so... If something decreases their loyalty, I'm not sure what. University is struggling a little bit to keep up with the education demand. But since we have a hall of residence, we should get some of them through. Might take a while. We also filled this area up with very few highly educated workers. Actually, that is not true. Then I should probably let the highly educated workers work in the building that is mostly suited for them. We're sending them all to the grocer, etc. And then the clothing factory was probably the incorrect choice. So let's send more party officials and staff to the party HQ. They should have walking access to that area. Mechanical components are missing. Where's our truck? Repair materials. You're not carrying a lot. Oh, you're getting repaired right now. Great. That's brilliant. That is actually very, very cool. Let's decrease that by 10, by 10, 55. More mechanical components. You will have to cancel your repairs and get some more mechanical components, even though you're probably gonna get replaced. Covered hull truck. This one is our mechanical component truck. We'll let it do one more delivery and then replace it. That's a good dilemma. Yeah. It's fun, isn't it? Probably an MZ504. Oh, yeah, we could also go for a Western one, I guess. Sure, Western one it will be. Once the delivery has been made, we'll replace it. There are some vehicles in there right now that need new components. I should also probably import it from Smaljasaska. Pronunciation not guaranteed to be correct. And we also don't carry that many mechanical components, to be fair, so that is another issue. I might have made a mistake with the vehicle setting. Fabric, 10%. Oh, that's 30. 20. 0.6. Let's do that. It is refreshing to look at the stream. You are good in this game and I can learn a lot from you. Thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you for the compliment. You won't get a lot of shouting or jokes from me. I just like to try and play the game as well as possible while setting up some silly challenges, I guess, for myself. And I enjoy that a lot. I've been running a lot of challenges back to back. We did a no buses stream, which was really challenging. Alright, let's see. That 157 is the correct vehicle. You're going to the scrapyard. Oh, I just realized another thing. Oh god, this is going to be horrible. The problem with all of this is going to be when a vehicle gets replaced with automatic vehicle replacement. I don't know if it keeps the settings. Like, will it keep the percentage settings for the cargo? Because if it doesn't, then all of this is basically gonna run bad. This one is running into the bug again where it gets stuck at the customs house. If the first stop is a customs house, then it doesn't replace correctly. Ah, that sucks. I should have checked if the cargo settings were still the same. Yeah, it might happen that our whole system collapses because of the cargo settings for the vehicles. I will have to send in a report for the vehicle replacing. If the first stop is a customs house, then the vehicle gets stuck at the customs house. I think that one didn't happen before. I don't remember it happening. Krasna. Repair materials it should be, there. And, well, this one is a new vehicle, it's not a replacement, but I assume that other vehicles would also be affected. So we might have to find a way to split up all of the materials into individual components. Like each component needs to be its own vehicle. Otherwise, once the vehicle gets replaced, it might lose the assignment. I think we need more plastic than components, if I remember correctly. You're complaining about mechanical components, plastic, so it's mechanical components, then plastics, then electronic components, then fabric. Steel is its own thing, steel has a different vehicle. But yeah, we need more plastic, we need mostly mechanical components. Sometimes if vehicles gets repaired early enough, they only use mechanical components. It's just a shame that we store so much fabric in a truck. Fabric, that should be it. After you've refueled, I want to test this right now with the materials, because our food trucks are going to run into this soon. Not the food trucks, but like the trucks bringing citizen goods. This one has existed for 18 years. Recently repaired, already at 36% wear and tear. If we go into this setting, this is not it. This is a food truck. Okay, this one will do. This is from Colata, which has the setting to bring in materials for our shopping center over here. I will drop a save game in this because I want to probably send that in as a report for both things. If it loses the material settings, then that one, and if it gets stuck at the customs house again. And then to not lose the save game, we will overwrite our normal save right away. So the way to do that right now would be to go here. This is our truck. Trigger a vehicle replacement. Did we buy one? Is it stuck at the customs house again? Doesn't look like it. It might be only when it moves. So let's send you to the customs house. You're moving now. Vehicle replacement menu. You are the vehicle. Replace. It's not replacing you for some reason. Let's send you to the domestic clothing storage. Trigger replacement again. Still the same vehicle, right? Yeah. Oh, it says replace oldest vehicle. I thought it would replace the vehicle I currently have. I guess it is the oldest vehicle in the list, right? No, it was replacing this one. That one. Sure. It replaced the one going from the one that we just set up from the warehouse to the domestic warehouse. I clicked the replacement twice. Do I have 2 vehicles in here now? That one is not it. It has to be in this one. I only have 1. Okay. We're losing 4 tons of clothing also because I'm too lazy to tell it to move back. Once that one has been replaced, I guess we have to see which other vehicle is next. Once it heads to the scrapyard. Imagine a full ship going to a scrapyard with like 20,000 tons of fuel or bitumen. So the clothing is still in there. I'm not sure if it's going to get sold or not. So now we have the correct vehicle. This one is heading to the rail construction office. This is a different one. No, the road cargo station. This is the correct one. Replace. First stop was the customs house. It's now heading to the scrapyard with the materials it has. And yes, there it is. Vehicle stuck at the customs house. So this is a bug that will need fixing. I'm gonna write that down so I don't forget. Oh, no, wait a minute. Get the vehicle up again. I needed to check if the settings were copied. I assume they weren't. Go back to your route and replace it again. This one, right? Yeah. Okay, now it's heading to the scrapyard and we got another one. I guess we can't check the settings because it's like... I will have to test that off stream, I guess. Oh well. Here's our issue with the fabric truck. We might have to tell the fabric truck to not wait until unloaded, just so we always have a slot free. Otherwise the prisoners won't get unloaded. But yeah, let me write that down real quick. Maybe it's just for vehicles where you have set like a certain setting where you have set the percentages of the vehicle. Maybe if it was the same vehicle type it would replace correctly. Also, the vehicle that I've sent to be replaced doesn't have a replacement vehicle, I guess. Coward haul truck. I also need to rename the route. I don't see it. It's not showing up here anymore. Not sure why the list menu is being a little bit weird. It should be Colata. Let's go to the vehicle, follow it, while we look for the route. This one. No. Colata. Sort by empty routes. There it is. Yeah, maybe it's just related to the when you try to copy a vehicle that has like specific settings on it and it's a different vehicle type. We can run the route already. More plastics than electronics. That should be about it. Yeah. This could make the run very difficult. We have to get off of the customs house as quickly as possible. We have to rely on our internal storage for all materials. Even Colata basically has to get the resources from here, which is going to be a nightmare. The other option is having another warehouse over here to store the materials in. But it would still have a route to the customs house, so I guess we need a warehouse with a road cargo station to work around the current issue. And that way we could have up to 4 resources delivered to the warehouse without causing problems. We're lacking, what are we lacking? Mechanical components, we're working on it. Steel is being brought here. We will send the... If we send resources in here, it's not going to be good, because then we block up these delivery, the vehicle repair slots. I guess for the time being we will have to have a road cargo station into a warehouse. That's going to take up a decent amount of space, but what can you do? And we need 1 delivery vehicle for each type of resource, but we can use some cheap ones. It doesn't have to be expensive vehicles, thankfully. And the warehouse does not have to be very large. It's just a warehouse for repair materials, where we can restrict the amount of resources by using a dummy resource again. We'll get that set up and try and fix the resources in this area that way. Rail construction for Hellas has slowed down, it looks like. Well, maybe... Do we get enough workers? We should. Not really. Not yet. Might have to send 1 building to the bus stop at all times. 1 building with lots of regularly educated workers, but there's a lot of university citizens here. 1 of these houses, I guess. Send all of them to the bus stop. And you too. Nah, you can stay. That should leave enough workers for the rail construction office to not go back and forth without workers. Low happiness warnings. I should not ignore them, I need to read them again. I'm too conditioned to clicking messages away because I'm not running with like basic stuff like increasing loyalty. Did I build a road depot in this area? I don't think so, so we're gonna set one up too. Like a proper one. There's no room next to the repair station anymore. That is fine. So we'll have 4 vehicles importing fabric, mechanical components, electronic components, and plastic. And from that warehouse that will have all of those materials, our truck can pick up. We will also have to store food. Oh god, we need another warehouse for the other materials. Maybe we can resolve that by not having the customs house as the first stop. Maybe you just need to set up the route differently, where the first stop is the destination, not the source. Do we have another vehicle that will require a replacement soon where that is the case? That one. No, that is a different one. That doesn't have the customs house in it. That is food. Food. Demolition office. Scrapyard. Nope. We could start replacing other old vehicles until we get it to another one, but yeah. When it shows up again, we'll test it. That would be very strange if you set a specific resource limitation and you replace the vehicle and the first stop is a customs house. Here's a bug. But the game is quite complex. Happiness is okay. Quality of flat 58, happiness 53. 65 and 65 is really good, so I think they are listening to the radio quite a bit. Overall, the happiness increase should help us. Switching all of the routes over to the warehouse area will be something to do. That will be an ordeal. Does it go up if I have more workers in here? Let's try maximum workers for a bit. See if the loyalty decrease is maybe diminishing. I don't know if we have that many workers locally, but we are going to take workers away from the mine area. Yeah, this roundabout is starting to get to be a problem. We probably have to give the priority to the exit. That we can make sure every vehicle gets onto its route as fast as possible. The left-hand turn is the problem, because the bus stop is built on the inside of the roundabout. But maybe allowing them to leave first before moving into the bus stop is better. It probably doesn't change much. The other downside is it will block like truck traffic. But maybe it'll flow a little bit better. We'll see. The other option would be to have another intersection here, so they would not get in each other's way on this spot, but rather over here, where they have to pick up another route. That would lead well, I guess they still have to do a left-hand turn to get to the roundabout area, so it wouldn't change much. It would create another intersection to create more problems, actually. Never mind. It would create two left-hand turns, basically. If we turn the whole roundabout around... What if we turn the whole roundabout around? We do have 2 lanes. It would probably alter some of our routes to be a little bit different. This would be a problem area, I guess. Turning the whole roundabout area around. I think since most of our traffic is going through the bus stop, I will give it a try. We also have to make the... Oh god, that's... No. These roads are not set up in a way there that makes any type of sense. Never mind. Otherwise they will have to drive in here and turn around. Relocating the bus stop to the outside would be the obvious solution. Oh, this power line's getting in the way again. So if we have the bus stop over here, how many people can reach this? Everyone except the people up here right now. The other option would be to reduce traffic in the area. Move people back to Old Town. which had way better throughput. I guess the other option is just to put a traffic light here. So we'll generate one traffic light with a green signal each, set the interval to 20, and just let them sort that out that way. That is, I guess, the other obvious solution. Seems fine. That does generate extra traffic because the roundabout with a traffic light is a nightmare. Very, very bad nightmare. Never mind. Not acceptable. Okay. Let me try something cheesy with the traffic lights. If we set 1 and 2 to green, and then we have a cycle where only 1 is green for a little bit. And this one is like the most of the rest of the cycle. That means it basically behaves like the intersection like before, except for a very short section of time where there's a guaranteed slot where these vehicles can move out. I guess with only 5 time units, there's not much time for that. It basically turns off 1 traffic light after a minute, and then they are guaranteed to move at least 1 bus out, which is... let's try 15 and 5. So they can always move out if there's room, but sometimes these will have to slow down for like 5 units to let some of the buses out if traffic is not ideal, which should reduce the traffic issues on the roundabout because it's mostly green. But if there's too much traffic on the roundabout, they will get a little bit of time to move through. Let's turn that to 20 and 10. So now the cycle of letting vehicles out is a little bit longer. But it's still mainly for the roundabout. But it's starting to pile up again, so it's too much for this. Let's shorten this to 5. And put that back up to 25. Basically allow 1 bus to leave every now and then. If there's too much traffic. Otherwise just do the regular, like, roundabout has right of way. 48% happiness. Loyalty is extremely low. I'm gonna build another monument, I guess. I have no indication that loyalty should be the issue here. Except that, well, government loyalty is low. So it probably is. We're blocking the windows of that house with a monument. Money in US dollars is going down quite a bit. I mean, I did increase the radio station to maximum, so loyalty decrease did increase, so let's lower that back down. Back down to half capacity, until we actually have the research to get rid of the negative effect. If the loyalty decreases too much, then we can't counter it. The happiness increase is nice, but the significant loyalty decrease is too much for our monuments to handle. So we need to keep that in check. Half capacity seems to work okay. Sewage seems to be hooked up. Let's get the water hooked up now. We have our footpath. Once the water is up, we can allow people to move in. It does have electricity, heating, water and sewage, as well as access to shopping center, bus platform, the hospital. Let's see how bad it gets. And then we have to plan a footpath down this area. Maybe I should relocate this electric setup before I start developing this whole area, otherwise it'll turn into a nightmare. This would allow me to basically build like a cinema or other things here. I could also build them up on this hill, I guess. I'll leave this for now. Yeah, sure. We'll leave it. We'll get a pedestrian overpass. That's a little bit too short. That looks okay. We'll move it to the halfway here. Get it hooked up. And build this. This will allow people to get down to this area and hopefully access the bus stop fairly easily. Current range to the bus stop. Well, it doesn't show the current range. This one, current range 400 meters, new range 332. So an improvement. And any building built in this area will have a shorter route to the bus stop. Plus we can have another access point to the shopping center. Yeah, I think with like half a point of loyalty, our monuments should be able to deal with it. These vehicles run into the issue quite frequently. En route to repair station. They get stuck in the mountain area and in the forestry area. I'm not sure when that happens. Seems to be happening quite a bit. Teleporting them home gets it fixed, but I don't know why it happens. Loyalty, low. We still had a low loyalty setting for quite a bit. Spirituality. We are building a gallery of art in walking distance, which will hopefully help. Traffic jam. You're on the outside harvesting trees. Move you back. I guess I could use our other save game to report this one too. I kind of... If this wasn't the stream, I guess I would reload the old autosave and then... No, I will have to save that and report it. Let me drop in the autosave before the last one, just so I have that one. And I can get a reproducible case of this bug, because the developers weren't sure how to reproduce it. I'm just gonna load into the save it, and then do the rest off stream, but I would like to get that one set up. Also, I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. Well, I guess it is a long weekend, so we will at most stream another half hour, then I will call it. That's fine. Yeah. When these things happen, you have to sometimes react to make sure that you catch it. If we can run the save game and reproduce the bug from there reliably, in any case, then the developers can fix it. They weren't able to get a reproducible case yet. I had it once. Didn't save the autosave, it was in the middle of a stream. It happened twice fairly quickly, so the chance of it happening are quite high. It might already have happened, it might be too late of an autosave. 5 hours is nothing in this game, that is true. If it already happened in this autosave, I will have to load the one before that. I will have to hunt this bug right now, so my apologies in advance. Let's pause. If it didn't happen yet, then that's the best case scenario. There's 2 vehicles here. None of them are scheduled to get repairs yet. This one is already at 57%. This one seems like the perfect case scenario. I'm gonna save that. And then I will test it later to see if I can just load it and it will happen by running it a little bit. Let's go back to our stream game. That's like a few bugs this stream, but hopefully will get fixed soon. Okay. I did save them correctly, right? Yeah. Vehicle repair bug. 9th of May. We're in 24th of May right now. Okay. Prison is getting reconstructed. That's okay. Please finish the gallery of the art, and then hopefully most of the citizens over there will be a little bit happier. Once we finish our water substation, we can also have people move into this. I would like to have a few housing blocks here. Speaking of which, I also need a waste storage. Can't forget about these. Maybe 1 per building, we'll see. Let's put them in between the houses instead. I don't like how that one looks. Let's put that one here instead. This is like an issue that needs to be resolved before we grow our republic, basically. This is not going to get any better. This will solve it. Remove the road and transformer. It's the best option. They should be somewhere else. But where? We only have 1 power connection. No, we have 2. We have 1 going to our radio station, which currently has already another connection, but yeah. 2 connections right now, which are not urgent. If we have the bus stop over on this side, it would basically be a clean replacement. Maybe, yeah, maybe just the transformers. Maybe I can relocate the transformer over here. Didn't kill our trees. Can we get the electrical wire to hook up? Probably. Let's tear down the one. Okay, that's all switched. We can't tear that one down. Let's tear down the transformer that doesn't have anything hooked up. The switch will remain where it is. So the switch is fine. This will be the new bus stop area on the other side of the roundabout, which will make a lot more sense than this area. I mean, for low traffic it was fine, but it's definitely not going to work out for us. I guess we can have footpaths here, that's fine. But we don't need footpaths into the transformers. And, yeah. What happened? Okay. That was also weird. And we'll use this as a road connection. Getting all of these started. And hopefully we can hook up the wires and we aren't too close to each other. Should be okay. Well, our trees did not like that, that's for sure. Make sure this one isn't cancelled. Okay. This one goes to this. So if these were not running, we should be fine. I think we can turn off the... Now the radio station will probably still work. It's currently using 0.6 megawatts, and the other connection is over here, which is handling our heat pumping stations. Yeah, we'll be at close to capacity, but we will have to make that change right now. Cancel that wire. In an emergency, we can turn off the radio station. That is okay. That is also okay. Back at it, I see. Yeah, we'll have to relocate the area because the bus stop at the center of the roundabout was a terrible idea. Not sure what I was thinking. Get that wire removed. Thankfully our demolition office is right next door. I mean, I've been at it for 5.5 hours. I'm gonna leave in about 20 minutes, I think. Gonna take a break. There will be more stream tomorrow. I'm enjoying this way too much. How's the rail line construction? Being a little bit slow. Bridge construction. This vehicle is very slow. But I decided to use it. Good amount of workers in the iron mine. We're still losing money. Iron price is going down quite a bit. Steel price following suit in US currency. Board price. Board price has dropped a little bit, but it's still at over 200. I'll come back tomorrow, got my day only for 1 hour training, and the rest is for gaming. Sounds good. Where's our logging train? Waiting to fill up. I should keep the colors the way they're supposed to be. This one should not be green. Because green is the... this one is fine. Green is the train that is hauling boards, and whenever I see a traffic jam warning message that is a green train, I assume it's the lumber train, but it wasn't. It was an iron train, so I could have ignored it. Alright. Wait for this wire to be removed, and this one has already been removed, so at least we can set this one up, I guess. I'll just start from over here, go underneath. That won't work. Oh yeah, let's make a short circuit, why not? Remove this bit of section that is not underground. Then we have to go down here somewhere to hook up into our transformers. And that won't do. Maybe I should flatten the area out first. This power line will also have to be rebuilt at some point, but for the time being it's gonna be okay. We'll get a power line here, underground. I'm gonna remove that section again. Hook it up in here. Get to the hill. And then that should line up perfectly. And the other power line will go over here once the demolition is done. That means the entrance road here will not exist anymore and they have to travel through this area instead into the roundabout. Which is fine because then they can leave from this area too. It does increase the distance a little bit, but I guess we could have another road going past the bus stop. Oh yes, we will have to demolish these to relocate the outgoing lane a little bit. Loyalty is not a concern. As soon as it affects happiness, I will take notice. We will worry about loyalty soon. It does not have enough range to cover the radio station. Oh well. It does cover the fountain though, and everyone walks through it. Not sure if that counts for anything. So the bus stop in this area with a road going all the way through. Hopefully the sewage won't be in the way. Then hook that up to the roundabout. And have the bus stop over here. They would come in from the roundabout, do a right-hand turn into the bus stop. And then leave with a left-hand turn back into the right-hand turn, not getting into each other's way. Or right-hand turn to the iron mine. There might be vehicles coming in from this side, but it should be the minority. And if it ever turns into a problem, we can make this into a one-way road, not allowing any buses to come in from this side. Just allowing buses to leave into any direction. And that should hopefully solve the traffic issues in the area. Loyalty. Happiness. 50% is fine. What are you talking about? Well, I'm glad that Karasna is stable again. Stop production in our loading factory. We are missing fabric. The truck bringing fabric did get replaced and apparently is stuck at the customs house. Just throwing out money, I guess. I wonder if it happens with Eastern vehicles, or if it's just a Western vehicle. Oh no, I think I bought an Eastern vehicle at some point. Get to our line menu. Karasna fabric imports. There you go. waste pickups, then one more road to remove. Loyalty, loyalty. I should probably disable the loyalty warnings. There are an early warning system for happiness problems, but I did have enough monuments and they're just being annoying right now. One more road to remove, relocate the bus stop, change all of the bus routes over with all of the many different settings that we made. Okay. And then hopefully we'll be fine. Maybe this is too close to the other junction. We'll see where the bus stop fits in. I already have a sewage line over here. This demolition will be done by a road excavator really quickly. The waste will be hauled away, and then we can change the setup. And we'll see tomorrow if it actually works. Power lines still need to be hooked up before we can actually move people into these houses. At least our radio is still working. Maybe loyalty is on a grade, where the more people you get, the more it's being impacted by lack of monuments. 29, 27. Seems like more monuments does help. Oh, there's like a thing that causes unhappiness that I'm not really dealing with, but I didn't see anything. $25, $24. Loyalty is going down into the... Loyalty is looking really bad. I think the radio station is too much. I will turn it back off again, never mind. Maybe the happiness does not counteract what we're currently getting. Otherwise I can't really explain the loyalty decrease with them being in range of the Red Star Monument and not really having any complaints other than spirituality. Waiting on concrete here. Assign the other construction office that does actually provide. Do we not have a concrete mixer in this? We do have one. Busy with other things, I guess. There's the road gone. New bus stop. Oh, the entrance is that way. Yeah, I guess this will have to be our bus stop. Sorry about flattening that bush, I guess. That junction being that close is a little bit unfortunate. It is a service road, and as long as we deal with the bus traffic, I guess it'll be fine. Alternatively, we just flip the bus stop around and have the entrance road here. That would be very similar, except when incoming vehicles come in here, they have to do a left-hand turn into the bus stop. But it would still be on the same side and not interfere with the vehicles leaving. I guess that would still be okay. vehicle comes in, left turn, these vehicles come out, right hand turn, don't get in each other's way, and right hand turn out. If they do drive that way, then that should be fine, unless it's too many, and then we will have to stop it. The bus station will be a good change. Yep, as long as everyone can reach it down here, that will be fine. The repair station is handled by workers locally, so bus station is not needed for that. This change will definitely improve the traffic flow of the roundabout. Having things inside that need to move back into the roundabout is a bad idea. It will allow us to maybe build a pub here next to the university. And also I should set up some other service buildings. I need to flatten out this area to get the proper switch for the area set up. So we can have a high voltage wire go here underground and then switch into the above ground wire further away, so it doesn't interfere with the town construction. But yeah, I think that's going to be it for today. I believe. Crime being an issue a little bit. Lots of things decreasing our happiness. We will have to take a look at that. Prison, clothing, crime. Somewhere crime is an issue. It might still be from the heating issues that we had, but we'll see. Let's take a last look at the graph of population. We did have a little bit of a drop there, but we are recovering again. At 8,345 people, 62 was our highest. Not far from another research point, and we're going to drop some extra buildings into this area to hopefully get ourselves the loyalty setting for the radio station, and then we should be in business. But yeah, thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Have a good Saturday afternoon, have a good rest of your day, take care, and as always, maybe I'll see you next time.